everybody, happy Monday. Welcome to the start of another week. Yes, that's right, it's Monday and we're straight into it. No messing at all. Tonight we take to the skies in the legendary Avro Lancaster for a special Battle of Britain Memorial Flight tribute. A fictional repositioning tour following the end of the Royal International Air Tattoo. It just finished up there over the weekend. Today is Departure Day. So we shall, like pretty much everyone else, depart from Fairford, Echo Golf Victor Alpha. Fresh off the airshow runway, we're going to embark on a symbolic low-level journey across the UK, landing at a series of some significant World War II airfields. Each stop honours different chapters of the British wartime aviation history, from the United States Army Air Force bomber bases to Spitfire Street ALGs. Yes, so we're going to be flying from Fairford, RAF Fairford, and Echo Golf Victor Alpha. Our first stop of the night is over to the old US Army Air Force 453rd Bomber Group. That's over at Old Buckenham, Echo Golf Sierra Victor. From there, it's over to RAF Fairford, now known as Headcorn, a wartime grass strip. Then it's over to Duxford, famous of course for the Imperial War Museum. It was once that of the old RAF and US Army Air Force fighter stronghold. Then finally, we head back home of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight over at RAF Coningsby, Echo Golf X-Ray Charlie. So we're going to have a bit of crack with this one. Expect all sorts of beautiful countryside visuals, formation flying, plenty of nostalgia as well, as we learn about this aircraft. Because it's only massive, the Lancaster, Avro Lancaster, and built, of course, on the foundations of what was once the Avro Manchester. Pretty much kind of the same aircraft fuselage. However, they extended the wings, they changed the tail a little bit, and put on an additional 2 engines. They changed from the original 4 engines to the Rolls-Royce Merlins. 4 of them. They're incredible, right? This thing had the strongest payload, can carry the most, and it can fly high and fast at the same time. Made famous, of course, for the Dam Busters raid into the heart of Germany, into the Ruhr region, into the industrial area, blowing up the dams with the bouncing bomb. Famous Guy Gibson, and yeah, we'll learn all about that tonight. The Manchester had only 2 engines, and they were slightly different than the Merlins. You see? But anyway, I hope you're well. I'm absolutely in a hoop. I pulled me back. Ah, no! Right, I was here anyway. I had a busy day, and I was here earlier on trying to mount a friggin' gadget onto the chair. I pulled me back in a hoop. So my movements will be very kind of... nothing new there, says you. Right, movements will be very robotic as we kind of... Oh, Jesus. Right. But anyway, we'll get through it, lads. Don't worry about it. I wasn't trying to mount the chair. No, I was trying to put a collective onto the chair. Even that hurts. Why am I doing it? I was trying to mount a collective onto the chair, which I succeeded. Then I realised I didn't have enough room for said collective because of the stuff that I have, you see. Ah, Jesus. But anyway, could be worse. It could be worse. It could be outside in the rain in Tipperary instead of being here. Oh, by the way, Tipperary, Con-Tip, won the All-Ireland Senior Hurling Championship there yesterday, as if there was any doubt. That hurt me back as well. Don't make me jump. Dennis C, thank you very much indeed. Oh, Jesus. Right? Let's not panic about anything now, lads, right? We're just going to ease our way into this one now. Good job of sitting down, though. You know what I mean? Right. But anyway, yes, we're going to see how this aircraft behaves tonight. We're live on the Southeast Asian server. We're also going to be using some JoinFS. And some guys of the virtual Battle of Britain Memorial Flight have reached out to me as well. There is a team, would you believe it, in Microsoft Flight Sim and other sims as well. And Jesus. And they do their stuff as they fly along. So hopefully we get to see some of these lads as well. How was your day? We had a lovely flight yesterday. Then I retired for a roast dinner. 'Twas absolutely beautiful. We ended up watching... I was watching Lancaster documentaries. Then I fell asleep on the couch. Great. Then I woke up again and we watched... What did we watch? We watched Twister. It doesn't live up. I mean, I remember seeing it years ago, but like... you thought the cheese in Top Gun was served large. Bloody hell, the cheese in that. But anyway, it's very good. Very, very good. Anyway, we're here tonight. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Monday. CP65, you're very welcome in. Fierce Wolf is here. Looking fierce and wolfy. Vacuum is in the house. APU Inspector, welcome aboard. Death's Angel is here for 7 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. Death's Angel, that support is absolutely savage. Spitfire, RAF 100. Good day to yourself. He rambles in 53 months. Dude, thank you very much indeed. Hermit Something, good afternoon. Retriever Neil is here. 4 days to Duxford. Yes. You'll definitely notice me in Duxford now. I'll be your man limping, you know. Acting the... Right? Brilliant. Yes, Liptorius, you're very welcome aboard. Viper Strike is in the house. Welcome in. Tarnish Mossman, good to see you, buddy. Shuffle Shoes shuffles in. AJH, hope all is well. Schutz is here, good evening. Kazaki Flyer, you can teach monkeys to fly better than that. Damn it, Jamie's down in the sun. Ah, brilliant. The movies. But yes, Downrange is here, good to see you. No, the 750 is due out tomorrow. Oh, good man yourself, Kanzui. Yeah, we'll have a look at those. Did you see the photos from Kanzui? Jesus. Max Stallion, 100 streams in a row. He says, evening, Murph, still going strong. How have I managed 160 in a row? Keep up the great work. See you guys. Also hurled Cork. Conda boys. Ah, brilliant. Up tip. Wait now. Dougal says, what a test this will be with multiple lengths. I'm telling you now. What a test it was at the start. I pressed the wrong button during the intro. And then I tried to undo it. And then I said, nah, just go with it. That's the day I'm having. But anyway, Dougal, you're very welcome aboard. Gaseous Maximus is here. Kanzui, welcome in. Strap21, hello. Hola. Sir Camsalot. My dude, AJH. Is that the delicious sound of Merlins I hear in the distance? Yes. Yes, it is, and they sound glorious. Resonate, welcome in. McManser is here. Reboot, good to see you. 98 Vulcan, just have to watch. The sim is just crashing time after time. No idea what's going on. 98 Vulcan, by any chance do you have the Airplane Heaven Spitfire Mark 1 in your community folder? Just asking. Zith is here. Wicked Lumberjacks, good to see you. SK Sun, happy Monday. Mr. Dan is here. What's up with me sound? Do a refresh, Dan. Muse Fan is here, bursts in the door, wearing a pair of glasses and a smile. Good to see you, man. You're very welcome in. DK Funfly is here. Maybe Marv messed with the sounds. I don't think it did. Real Sim Pilot, good to see you. Tally-ho, Flyer10. Tally-ho, chaps. Falconer is here. Creo, good evening. From Mayo, County Mayo, Indokinny County. Hope you're well. Crafty Tigers, good to see you. Filthy, welcome in. Yeah, interesting flight plan this one. We're going to see some beautiful, beautiful... places now on this one, right? Now I had to change the weather because the real world weather in England, would you have guessed it, isn't great. So we're going to be flying with just a few clouds, and it's early morning. It's about 7 a.m. in the morning, and let's see what happens. Right? Who else came in the door? I wasn't trying to mount the chair at all. Curly Toes is here. Thank you very much indeed. 3 months, my guy. Thank you very, very much indeed. Who else came in the door? It happens when you get to 40. It's terrible. No kitchen unit assembly. No. Where's this? Black Eyes Gabe. We have a Black Eyes Gabe. Gabe, it's good to see you. Happy Monday. Adam B. Twitch is here. Good evening. There's buttons all over the shop. Goblin Zeus, how are you, man? Sean Dale is here. Good to see you. Malky Mac, he was down at the tall ships race. Ships were fine. The weather put a dampener on the red arrows. 10 minutes in and they had to cancel the display. Ooh, Jesus. Sun Jammer, welcome in. Kanzui, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll have a look at those now. We can book you a wheelchair at Duxford. Man, Retriever Neil. Eamon 1973, also subscribing. 49 months. Thank you very, very much indeed, Eamon. Great to see you, buddy. He says, looking forward to seeing everyone at Duxford. Can't wait. We're heading off to Duxford this coming weekend. We're going to be there on site on Saturday from about 10 o'clock in the morning. And I can't wait. Cannot wait. Old Veteran 965. Happy Monday, Scott. Hope you're well, buddy. Tarnish winds 280, 15 knots. Yes, shower, rain clouds. Yeah, the weather's brutal up here. But we'll see what happens, right? Petrol Head, good to see you. Lads, will you go handy with the buttons? Jesus. Idle Cutoff is here. Cambridge calling. Hello from Tipperary. Me spine is sore. I'm in a hoop. Dougal has the Mark 1. No issues so far. Ah, okay. Okay. Need to set up a profile. See you in half an hour. Come on, Muse. Murph is always messing with something. Right? Even when I'm not, I am. Currently flying in the Max out of Dubai. Ooh, nice, nice. Out here in the suburbs. Out there in the suburbs. Good to see you, buddy. Where is this now? Tarnish Mossman. It's good now. Ah, grand. Paparazzi is here, tier 2 for 48 months. There's buttons. Tier 2 for 48 months. He says, howdy fireflies, hope all is well. My, how time flies when you're surrounded by excellence. Thank you very, very much indeed, Paparazzi. What a legend, man. Hope you're well. Mr. Dan says, Murph, question before we get going. On your Verpal, what do you use the 3-step clicker switch in front of the fire button, so to speak? I tend not to use it, Dan. It's fired forward. So, depends on the aircraft. When you bring it into so when it's forward, it's actually activating a switch, right? Fully forward. If you bring it into its neutral position, it gets in the way, or you can use it as a trigger to push back the main trigger. So I just leave it fully forward and not assigned. It depends on what you're doing, though. Some aircraft I might use it. I was using it on the Challenger, an X-plane, but I haven't used it in quite some time. John C, welcome in. Tier 1 for 10 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. Good to see you. Tarna says it's decent on live time and weather. Okay. Flying tonight, welcome in. Already dropped a casserole dish on the apartment floor. Oh, Jesus. Do you get to order in a takeaway instead? You know. John, thank you very much indeed. Juice UK, good evening. Sun Jammer, hopefully at Duxford. Nice, buddy. Be great to see you. Old Veteran 965 just, jumps up out of nowhere, gifting 5 tier 1 subs, because the man is a legend. Scott, thank you very, very much indeed. Really appreciate that support, man. And you absolute ledge. You ledge. Thank you very much, lads. If you just got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to Old Veteran, well, do be sure to say thank you. Greg Orr is here. Good to see you. My DC6 profile should work. Yeah, it should work. I kind of came to the same conclusion. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Right, hang on. Oh, Jesus, lads. I am proper injured. But anyway, hang on. Oh, there's fellas over here on YouTube we need to say hello to. Mohammed is here. Good to see you. Super Ty says browser error continues. Super Ty, really? I'm taking a few days off to see what will happen. The good news is the browser error epidemic is most likely a Twitch issue. It's done this last year and the year before. Well, thinking of you, my guy. Hopefully you get sorted. Visualize, welcome aboard. Mrs. TPHI is here. JM018, welcome aboard. Monty is here. Leonardo Da Vinci, happy Monday. Hope you're well. Who else come in the door here now? Uniform Goose. G'day, Goose. Hope you're well, man. Dave Dugdale. Banana Dave is here. Dion, welcome aboard. Black Sheep Gene. A very good day to you, Gene. Hope all is well. Zero is here. How are you, Murph? Heard you're flying with the virtual Battle of Britain Memorial flight today. Indeed. The lads said they're going to join us. Exciting. Absolutely exciting. What was the bang? Dennis C, thank you very much indeed for your super chat, you absolute gent. Very kind of you, sir. Stag Aviation is here. He's with the virtual Battle of Britain Memorial flight. Well done, lads. Dave Cleary, legend Dave. Welcome in, Dave. We might give you a little display at Coningsby if there's time. Sure thing. Dublin Lee, CEO of Morningwood Transport Company, present unaccounted for. Jesus, good to see you, Lee. Where's this now? Muzzy, aloha. Hope you're keeping very well. Welcome in. James Brown is here. Good to see you. Jody Doc. Hey, Jody. Up the tip. Up tip, you divil you. Brilliant. Let me see. Ryan is here. Commander Balosh, you're very welcome aboard. Plasma Dave. Good day. Hope you're well, buddy. Trevor's in the house. Welcome in. LDN Aviation. Welcome in. Looking forward to this. Yeah, 100%. Lads, you're very welcome in. VR Flightsome Guy. My dude. Welcome aboard, buddy. I'm here with me back is shagged. Not shagged, but I'd be all right. Thankfully, I'm sitting. If I was standing now, lads, we'd have had a bit of a... We'd have had a problem. Well, we wouldn't have. You'd have laughed. Fornax, welcome in. 34 months, Fornax. Thank you very, very much indeed, my guy. What a legend. The man is a legend. Franco for Flying is here as well. Very good evening. Right. Press that button, Murph, and then this one. And now I will move slowly to my position, and we'll try and make it look interesting, right? Oh, Jesus. Right. Anyway, put a gadget on your chair, he said. No problem at all, he mentioned. And here I am in a hoop. Right. Anyway, before we start, some information, right? Are you ready for this now? So, where's my buttons? They're over here, look. So, we're here at RAF Fairford. right? And this airport first opened back in 1944. It was used as bomber support and troop carrier missions and operations. Fairford was constructed between 1933 and 1944 as the RAF's preparation for large-scale Allied operations in Europe. The airfield was designed specifically as a Class A bomber airfield with long concrete runways suitable for heavy aircraft. Initially assigned to number 38 Group RAF, Fairford hosted the Handley Page Halifax and the short Sterling aircraft, configured for glider towing and paratrooper transport. It played a critical role in Operation Market Garden, where gliders carrying the British 1st Airborne troops departed for Arnhem. Also supported Operation Varsity in March 1945, the largest airborne operation ever conducted on a single day. Not a frontline bomber base for Lancasters, the RAF Fairford, or as we know, RAF Fairford, home of the Royal International Air Tattoo, often visited by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, a spectacular airport, and it's on my list of things to do to get here. Do you know what I mean? Because it's you know, I've friends who've gone to the Royal International Air Tattoo, and some of the stuff, and we talk about some of the stuff just to show you briefly, lads, right? So Kanzui has sent and shared some photos, right? So even this one here I'll show you. Fairford during the air show. Look at this. That's a great shot. So the entire airbase is just taken over, opened up to civilians, and they can now go running around checking out some cool stuff. Great photos here. All the static displays they've a mix of civilian and military, but the Royal International Air Tattoo, I think it's known as the largest military air display in the world. So at the same time, we have Oshkosh, which is the largest and busiest airport, I think, in the world. Fairford is home to the largest military air display, and when it comes to all the you know, the air shows and all this kind of stuff. Now I wanted to show you a couple of pictures here because Kanzui, our very own Kanzui, well, he was at RIAT over the weekend, and these are some of his photos he shared with us. And I have to say, Jay, why aren't they need to be hiring him to take photographs? Can anyone identify the aircraft? Can you know by looking at it? Yes, I know exactly what it is. Shh, don't all answer together. Looking at the aircraft, you know what it is? Bonus points if you can figure out who it is, right? The answers are coming in quick and fast. Yes. Some are right, some are not right. Clearly, it's a de Havilland Chipmunk, right? Actually, great news about a de Havilland Chipmunk, because our very own Raoul from FS Reborn put out a little bit of a post. That is an aircraft added to their portfolio. They're going to start work on that in the near future. That, of course, is the McDonnell Douglas F-18 Hornet. Moving on. Does anyone know what that is? It's a weather balloon. No, it's not. Anyone know what this is? We'll do this for a minute because these photos are absolutely incredible. These are all taken by Kanzui, right? How low? You know, it's Bono. Yeah, Bono. A U2. I can't believe they actually flew a U2 in there. Isn't that incredible? Absolutely insane. This one, of course, needs no introduction, and they're carrying a quad bike, right? Absolutely incredible. Aren't these pictures amazing, lads? But yeah, this one here, of course, being what? An Alouette? A Gazelle, perhaps? No, Murph, it's a Huey. What is he talking about? What is it? Yes, the LCH-47. The Chinook. Isn't it absolutely class? RAF one as well. Beautiful. Moving on. This should be a familiar sight of us in flight simulation. Do we recognise it? Look at the state of the photographs, man. It's Superman. Yes, Two Cats got it right. Aren't these photographs absolutely insane? You would print these out, put them all over your house, replace your family photographs, and put these in their stead. Right? Just don't let your loved ones hear you say that. Moving on. These could be interesting. This might trip you up. Why trip you up? Any idea what these are, lads? Because I don't. I was trying to figure out what they were. I don't know what they are. I don't believe they're European. I could be very wrong, but looking at, they look Russian up the top, don't they? They're helicopters. Yes. Very good. Helicopters. Well done. Yeah. The Russian helos. Mi-8s. Are they Mi-8s? Are they? Interesting. Beautiful. Moving on from there, that be a Hornet once again. This one here, lads. They're helicopters with dangling men. Yeah, right? Anyone know what this is? Why is your man playing guitar while hanging from the harness? Dean, listen, we don't ask questions. They just look cool and we want to be them. Do you know what I mean? This one here, from the rear of it, it looked like a Saab. You know, it's your mouse pointer. Oh, it is! It is! What is this? It looked like a Saab, but it's not. It has a different name, doesn't it? This machine has a different name. It looks like a Saab, but I don't believe it is. They're Czech. They're the PZL Swidnik PZL. They made the Wilga, right? Jesus. Kanzui is a legend, yeah. Absolutely incredible photographs. Aren't they incredible photographs? Is it a P3? I don't think it's a P3, is it? This one is a French. Is it Breguet Atlantique? Ooh, very good. That's not how you pronounce it, by the way. Right now, I'd have to show you these last few. That's a Lynx. I know what a Lynx is, right? Gorgeous. A Westland. But I think, aren't they called something else now? Right? Beautiful. Look at this. My heart just warmed when I saw this photo. I was like, oh my lord, look at that for a picture. Isn't that absolutely stunning? With the clouds, the whole lot. It's just incredible. Not a Lynx, it was a Wildcat. Ah, very good. Isn't that amazing? Absolutely beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. And here's a pair. Look to be that of the Battle of Britain Memorial flight. You have a Spitfire and then you have a Hurricane. And they look absolutely incredible. It's incredible, isn't it? Battle of Britain Memorial flight. Insane photographs. Absolutely insane. And then this one, you know, my knees buckled when I saw it. Look at the state of that. That is a real world photograph. Now, it's been tidied up, whatnot, but what an absolutely incredible photograph, isn't it? Like Kanzui, like absolutely incredible. That is beautiful. Kanzui has shared all of these photos on our Discord. If you'd like to grab them and download them, print them off or whatever, all that he asks is, well, you know, don't say you took them, right? Because he took them. So credit where credit is due. It's all thanks to Kanzui. He's here in the chat. Absolutely incredible, lads, isn't it? Look at the state, right? Absolutely stunning. It's beautiful. This is the very aircraft we're going to be flying tonight in the sim. And even the nose art on this, you might be wondering, because they did have a different one. Over the last couple of years, the Battle of Britain Memorial flight for the Lancaster, they were flying Death from Above, I think it was called. It was one of the aircraft that served in the Battle of the Ruhr when they went in for the dam busters. This particular piece of nose art, it was from one of the crew flying aboard the Lancaster, designed it. So we've information on this here somewhere, but I think that's absolutely stunning. What a photograph. And yeah, massive thanks to Kanzui for sharing all of these with us, because bloody hell, lads, incredible, right? Incredible. It was Nighthawk who told us the Lancaster Kangaroo, right? Look at this now. Nighthawk, thanks for the share on this one. Daughter of Wartime 460 Squadron visits Vic Watts. Right, the man who painted the original cartoon of a kangaroo in Wellington boots playing the bagpipes onto the nose of 460 Squadron Avro Lancaster in 1943 was the then flying officer Thomas Victor Watts of the Royal Australian Air Force. As he was known, he came from Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, and he was a navigator on 460 Squadron, which was based at RAF Binbrook in Lincolnshire Walls in 1943. And that is the one that the Battle of Britain Memorial flight are using. All right, because I know they changed it, because they used to use the other one. All right. So this is our machine here today. We're on the ground here at RAF Fairford, home of the Royal International Air Tattoo, amongst other things. It's used actually today as a US Air Force bomber base. Right, but anyway. This machine from Airplane Heaven, the sounds authored by Echo 19. Already I've been having so much fun in this aircraft, and you could argue till the cats come home. Look, is it going to be PMDG? Is it going to be Carenado? It's kind of positioned somewhere in the middle, whereby there is good systems depth, and it's pretty good looking, right? It's pretty good looking. So yes, very much looking forward to flying this, and it is going to be an absolute blast seeing how many of these aircraft, and also other warbirds. I mean, I can see a T6 up there, Texan or Harvard. We got DC-3s or C-47s. We have Spitfires. We have an absolute barrel load of Lancasters. I can see them all over the place. We also have the what did Colonel Fork used to call them? The Mooney Typhoon, the Fighting Bonanza. Yes, that was from the Irish contingent. Basically, that poor airplane just doesn't know what it is, either a missing a livery or something. And then you have its older cousin which just disappeared, because that's another monstrosity. We're not going to get perfect model matching tonight, but we'll definitely aim for it as best we can. All right. So with the aircraft, we can see our crew ready to board, and we're just going to double check all our fuel is ready to rock, and everything with the aircraft itself should be looking tickety-boo. We're in a fully cold and dark state. We're going to start the aircraft up from start to finish, and because this is a repositioning flight set in the modern day, even though we can make it look terribly old. Ooh, look at this stuff, right? This is a modern day flight. What we will be utilizing is a modern GTN 750. So if we jump in here, have a quick look. Who's that poor devil in an aircraft? It's Jake, probably in a B2, which I don't have. Jake. PH Roy, good to see him. We're going to expect some formation flying for sure. Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, what we have here, if anyone uses the PMS 50 GTN 750, right? If anyone uses that, well, you can absolutely... the noise! You can absolutely use this bit of avionics equipment in your flight. And not only that, lads, it seems to be fully compatible when it comes to using its autopilot. Happy day, right? Happy day. So I'm going to leave that up there. We will be utilizing this because there is one thing about the Lancaster. There's nothing modern in terms of transponders or any of that. And I'm sure someone's going to fly this someday on VATSIM. So I was saying, well, how do we get this onto VATSIM, right? So we can use it this way. Let me see. Blacklight, thank you very much indeed, my guy. 7 months, buddy. MDA is here. 31 months at a tier 3. Thank you very, very much indeed. Lads, welcome in. Happy Monday. Hope you're keeping terribly well. MDA, how's the new crib, man? The house looks absolutely gorgeous. All right, so as I said, cold and dark. So let's go into the aircraft itself. Flight performance. This is what I've been doing. It has ballast in this. I'm not quite sure why. Fuel, we're going to top it up. We're going to call it 85%, and the ballast is going to remain at 0. We're going to load the aircraft, and that's all grand. Coming down here now to some of our stations. So we're currently on ground power. We can remove the refueler and rearming. We'll also get the lads locked in, so they're got away. Inside the aircraft, they're loaded up. I also had the bomb bay doors open as we were loading. We'll go ahead and close them. As we move along, let's just double check everything here. Everything's cold and dark. We're going to start off with our master battery. Battery switch located here on our main panel. Battery coming on. And we continue. We continue. Thank you very much indeed. Virtual Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Welcome to Flight Crew, lads. Thank you very much indeed. MDA says the house is coming along nicely. Ooh, sweet. Muttley, good to see you. Does ballast equal bomb load? I don't believe so, because you have cargo in there as well, right? Now, what we're going to do with our fuel tanks before we turn on the pumps, well, right side we go all the way to the right, left side all the way to the left. Then we can start moving them across when we need them, right? We shall put the fuel pumps on, and we can hear the sound of them. Also turn on the master switch to see our fuel levels. They're all looking good, and I'm happy enough with this. We'll also put on our heated pressure head switches. Move along then to our next station. We have our fuel transfer valves, right? Don't need those at the moment, but we do need our gens. So we're going to turn these guys on, 2 switches, and then we'll come up and use the inner starboard and port generators as well. So now we know there is sufficient power going into the aircraft itself. We're on the Southeast Asian server. Southeast Asian. Shill, you're very welcome aboard. Quick look down here on our left hand side. Nav lights are already on. Autopilot, leave it alone for the moment. And from here, lads, it's a matter of just setting up the aircraft for use. If you ever wanted to know how does one actually use the propeller feather system, you have to unlock the safety switch, red light, then click on the outside, and that feathers and arms, it just fully feathers the prop. Hopefully we won't need it. I did read a story, however, that the Lancaster, with 4 of these Merlin engines, it could survive on 2 engines being knocked out on one side. In actual fact, there was a story that a pilot managed to fly, I think it was 296 miles, on a single engine to get him home. It's like, what? Crazy, right? Crazy. Resonate says, Murph, the website says do not purchase this package as a native 2024 package. What they mean by a native 2024 package, Airplane Heaven have built this aircraft to be a native 2020 aircraft, meaning it's designed to work with 2020. It will be fully compatible. It works in 2024, but only as a 2020 aircraft. So them saying it is not native to 2024, the things like the walk around checks, wear and tear, use of the career mode, and also, some of the fancy LOD things, not fully working there. The only issues I found with the aircraft, there are two. One, change the sensitivity sliders in your elevator. All right, -8 works perfect. And then also the sounds. I made a video today, we spoke about it the other day, this equalizer APO, turning on the graphic EQ, bring the bass back in there, because in flights in 2024, well, they changed the equalizer audio settings slightly, meaning that Echo 19's sound for this aircraft, it sounds better in 2020, but if you use that equalizer, you can kind of get it back to where it should be. All right, lovely. Right, any questions? Grand. Right, coming down here, we're going to put our props full forward. We're going to open up our master fuel cocks. Quick check down on here. We also want to load in our crew, so tip this button over here, and we're going to say, right, give us the crew, radio man, tail gunner, and we can get the flight engineer in here, and the pilot as well. If the flight engineer might get in our way, we can move him if we need to. The radiator shutter, we're going to put these all to auto. Lovely. And next then we're going to focus on the engine startup procedure. All right, so we're going to start engine number 3 first. So we open the window. The window's already open. Lovely. Look at these aircraft already. Beautiful. So we're going to, you have a quick switch, you have a fast switch here if you want. See the arrow changes, so you can go all mags on, all mags off, or you can do them individually. All right, so I'm going to go for number 3 first. We're going to put on our booster coils to on, and everything else here is looking fairly okay. We do have landing lights. We'll mess with those in a moment. And well, now lads, it's going to be a start. So double check, fuel is on. Yes, mixture needs to go up. Mixture is in, and we're going to give this a start on engine 3. Open the engine block, the starter switch, mags are already on, and let's see what happens, shall we? Bit of volume here, and let's see what happens. Alright, so we can see RPM is coming up. We'll increase it a small bit. Keep the boost at 0. About 1100 on the RPM is absolutely fine. And that's a good start on engine 3. We'll go now for engine 4. Close the guard, open the guard, and we'll give it a turn. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Alright, engines 3 and 4 are up and running. RPM is stable across the base. We'll move across here now. Looking out our left window, we have 1 and 2. Outer is 1, so same story again. We're going to turn the mags on. Open the starter switch, press and hold. And that's a good start on engine 1. And last but not least shall be engine 2. Okay, inboard and outboard engines all running. Let's close this. And let's continue on with our checks after our engine startup. So we're going to put on our identification friend or foe is turned on. Oxygen levels, I don't believe this is working because it's reading empty, so we'll have to wait and see. Can hear your engine start inside my airplane, but not outside. Not good. That's not a good start, Dougal. No, absolutely not. Right, let me see. Open shutters for taxiing. So we're going to put these to the on position. Come back on down here. We're going to turn off the battery cart. So turn that guy off here. And everything here looks good in terms of fuel. Yes, they're all grand. Our flight engineer is in our way, so we'll kindly move him out the way. And let's just check over here. Auxiliary is looking good, and generators are reading live as well. All right, super duper. Get him out of there. All right, so that's a fairly decent start. We'll go ahead with the landing lights, retract and retract, or extend rather. Did you hear me? That looks good, that looks good, that looks good. Looking onto our basic 6-pack, we're going to reset our barrel pressure to the actual. Altimeter is just here. Direction indicator is also set. And we're pretty good so far. We're pretty good so far. As I said, we can be using our GPS for this one this evening. So what I'm going to do, let me think now. How do we do this? If we go to flight plan, and we're going to import this from... Wait, no. Flight plan. I can import this from a file. Analyzing import. This would be interesting. Loading. No. So I've put in the wrong file. Uh-oh. I can do it through here and then send it across. Let's see if this works. Let's see here now. We'll open up Navigraph. Let's see if this works. We could be lucky here now, right? You just added... We can do it manually, of course, but let's just see. Let me see. Flights. We're going to unload this flight. Reload back in. This is our flight for this evening. Right? And we're going to load it into the InSim avionics. Let's see if this works. It may not. Didn't work, so I'll have to put it in manually. So we are Echo Golf Victor Alpha. And our final destination this evening is going to be that of Echo Golf X-Ray Charlie. And we'll put in a couple of our waypoints along the way. For our first stop of the night, Echo Golf Sierra Victor, Old Buckenham, and that's from Burning Blue Designs, right? Next up then is Echo Golf Kilo Hotel, and that's Headcorn, again from Burning Blue Designs, and then it's going to be Echo Golf Sierra Uniform, which is Duxford. I'm happy enough with that. Come back into our map, let's double check everything looks the way it should. Yep, that is our flight for this evening, folks. Quite a big flight, 300 odd miles, so we'll keep an eye on things. We can also utilise some stuff down here. Our autopilot, for example. This should work. We're going to set an initial altitude 3,000 feet, and we'll worry about all of this now in a moment. So this will override, or this becomes your autopilot, which is dead handy. It's just dead handy, right? Squawk, we can use a squawk on this. We'll go via 4. Everything else is looking grand. 1183. Let me see, 1228 for the laugh, and leave that there. Right, so when it comes to our flight plan, quick check on the ground here. At Fairford, we're going to taxi over to runway 27. That's where we're going to depart from. So it's kind of straight ahead, hang a right, then hang a left. Are we ready, sports fans? So for takeoff, flaps will be set for 20 degrees. They're now holding. Supercharger appears... I don't think the supercharger works. Add in a small bit of power. We're rolling. Our crew is in position. This is a friggin' stunning... This is like the best seat in the house, isn't it? Every plane should have a seat like this. Man, look at all those Lancasters in front of us. This is insanely good. Try not to run over the little baby Texan. Or Harvard, as they're known over this neck of the woods. Captain Harlock, good to see you. Onboard simulations, a bit like the Heinkel. Little bit. Alright. We have Join FS up and running as well. Tons of detail. Yeah, it's pretty nice, man. It's pretty nice. And it's also sunny. Close that in. Alrighty. Out to the left there. We can see where the guys are lining up. Sounds okay, lads. Let me know if they're not. I feel a bit left out in the Sherpa. Right? Great plane, though, is the Sherpa. Oh, look at all of these. This is amazing. And we got some DC-3s in here for good measure as well. Fantastic, lads. Isn't it gorgeous? So we'll ease our way into position here. We're just going to follow the other Lancasters ahead of us. Tug is here. Good to see it. So we'll follow the other lads ahead. Let's see what they're doing. I mean, could you imagine back in the day these things? Could you imagine it? Absolutely insane, isn't it? continue our little taxi here. So what I recommend, lads, just to see how this behaves on the ground, once you're on the runway, take off, and if you just do a couple of circuits around the airport. Alright, we'll take our time here. B-17, yeah, there's two B-17s, there's two B-17s in the works, lads. Do you know? So this creation, of course, by Roy Chadwick. We'll learn a little bit about him now in a moment. So, I gotta say, model matching's working so far. Why do O-Lang show for people that don't have them? Or what do the Lang show? Probably a big bonanza or a tail dragger. Safe journey, we'll see you shortly at Headcorn. Sweet! The brakes are not the best. You gotta take this machine slow, Muse. Slow. Alright. You're so vulnerable inside in the cockpit here. I mean, it's like... There was no armour on this aircraft. I think there was a small plate behind the pilot, a small plate behind the navigator. That was it. Most of the Lancasters were fitted with 303 caliber machine guns. They did put .5s on them later, which was nuts. Now, the characteristics of flying for this. The characteristics. When you take off, do your initial climb and then hold it level, build up your speed, and then get out of there again. It'd be like the DC-6 or even the DC-3, but worse, right? But worse. So we'll take our time and see what happens. So Retriever Neil is rolling. So what we'll do, on takeoff, we'll circle around to the left and we'll just kind of circle around the airfield. Just give everyone the chance to get airborne. Ah, right, sure, we'll have to give it a shot. Absolutely. Oh, we got a P-38 here with us, look. Who's that? Mrs. TPHI. Great choice of aircraft. Alrighty then. Carousels lined up. We're looking good. And we'll hold the brakes, gently on the brakes. Right, quick check on everything. We're going to start bringing some power in. Watch the boost. Nice and slow. RPM is coming up nice and easy. We're going to aim for, I think it's 12 boost, just out of the red. Nice and easy. RPM will drop back, that's normal. Roughly there, off the brakes. And we're rolling. Pressure on the front of the stick. And we'll wait for that tail wheel to leave the ground. Power's looking good. Speed's alive. Here's 80. Doing the rudder dance. Easy now. There's 100. Mother of Jesus. There's 110. Keep her going. Alright, 120. Gently back on the stick. Easy does it. And we have liftoff. Holding the nose, watching the speed. Positive rate of climb. Gear coming up. And remember, it doesn't want an aggressive climb, right? Alpha 1 now had a CTD, I don't believe you. Alright, flaps coming in. Watch the nose, it'll drop down with the flaps in. There's 140, we're starting to accelerate now. Start bringing that nose up, 500 feet a minute, 1,000 feet a minute. Hold it. And we're looking good. Man, these Merlins are absolutely roaring. Alright, we're going to add some pitch trim in here. Make life a little bit handier for us. Speed 150 in the climb. Easy does it. And we're going to start a turn to the left. Easy now. look at that for the view. Watch your speed. Try and maintain 1,000 feet in your climb. Busy airport now. We're going to roll out on a heading of 180 degrees, continue our climb. We're going to go up to about 3,000 feet. We just passed 1,400 just now. Again, checking our trim. Looking good. Hello, autopilot. We're going to sync our heading. We're going to go autopilot on heading mode, and we're going to go V-speed, and we're going to climb up your divil. We're going to maintain 1,000 feet a minute, and this should look after everything with our autopilot. So we're climbing now up to 3,000 feet on a heading of 180 degrees, and we're going to turn left all the way over 090 degrees. Let's bring this in. 090 is locked in. Airspeed is looking good. We're going to ease off the power here now in a moment. Let's get up to our little cruise altitude here. We're just going for an initial 3,000 feet. And let's just double check everything. Landing lights, retract those. They'll be creating drag. At this stage, we're going to go back to auto. And so far, so good. We got lots of aircraft around us. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, so climbing up to 3,000 feet, maintaining 1,000 feet per minute on a heading of 090 degrees. Looking good. Now, as we kind of come up past the airport, which is just over here, we'll do another circuit just to make sure we're okay. We're now starting to level off at 3,000 feet. We're going to adjust the power of our engines. We're going to bring the boost back to 8 out of the red, and we're going to reduce our RPM to about 2,800. And that'll calm the sticks down. This should give us about 210 miles an hour, and let's see what happens. Flocata, absolutely, dude, absolutely. All right, left turn coming in, call it 360 degrees, heading back up towards the airport. That looks good to me. And I think, lads, we're looking good. So if you're flying along with us, Xbox pilots press 1. If you're on the PC, press 2. If you're using JoinFS or Skynet, you press 3. And if you're just wondering how on earth did the crews manage to fly in these, well, friends, you press number 4. Hello, Fireflies. Welcome to the Flying Circus. We live stream every day right here. All right. So let's let's get back in control of what we're doing. Speed is looking good. Bring up our autopilot here now. We're going to cheat a little bit. We are going to go on GPS mode. We're going to engage our nav mode. Let's see what she reacts to the turn. It has. We're going to maintain 3,000 feet. We're now going to be flying direct to Echo Golf Sierra Foxtrot. This is our first stop of the night. We're going to maintain what we're doing here. And as we're kind of looking around, all the views of the Lanc, it's just incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. Quick check on our engine. So boost is just below 8. That's giving us sufficient power here. RPM is quite steady. If we have a quick look at our temps and pressures, let's have a quick look here. Oil temp is looking good, pressure is looking good, radiators are looking a little bit on the hot side, and our fuel, of course, is looking good here as well. So that's all tickety-boo. Lovely. Echo Golf Sierra Victor. What did I say? Echo Golf Sierra Victor. Yeah, sorry, that's what it should be. The Stinger, good to see it. Monday down, 4 to go. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So we can see here we have our radio operator. We have our navigator in place here as well. And yeah, so I'm using the GTN 750 plugin. It just means if we wanted to fly this on VATSIM, well, you absolutely could, right? So the aircraft, lads, Roy Chadwick's Lancaster. It would spend 15 years in service with the Royal Air Force and is perhaps best known for its role in the Dambusters raid that happened in May 1943, which was led by Wing Commander Guy Gibson. As well as serving with Bomber Command during the Second World War, it would also be used as a civilian airliner. What? 25 facts about the Lancaster. Are you ready? Right? So, Roy Chadwick, he was born on the 30th of April 1893 in a place called Farnworth, Lancashire, and he joined the Avro Aircraft Company in September 1911 as a draftsman at the age of only 18. He would then become the company's chief designer just 7 years later in 1918. A number of aircraft designed by Roy Chadwick would have been used during the Second World War. These aircraft included the likes of the Avro Anson and, of course, the Lancaster, but it is the Lancaster that is best known. At the age of 54, Roy Chadwick died when his Avro Tudor prototype he was in crashed on takeoff. Very sad. So the twin-engine Avro Manchester suffered mainly due to its engines. They only had 2 engines on that, and they were Rolls-Royce engines, lads, but they weren't the Merlins. They were, in fact, the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. They were unreliable. They didn't have the speed nor the power. Before the aircraft had performed in its operation sortie, on the 4th of November 1940, Avro gave the green light to work on what was known as the Manchester Mark III by the Air Ministry. This would have a wingspan of 10'2" in longer than the Manchester, and was powered by 4 Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. Like, you're talking 27-litre V12 engine. Incredible power, right? So what they did from the Manchester, I mean, the fuselage was pretty much the same, right? They knew they were onto something great with the shape of this aircraft. They knew it. They said, yeah, look, we're onto a good thing here. The overall shape had the same crew. Typically, this aircraft operated with 7, sometimes 8 if they had intelligence officers with them on the run, right? But you would have had a single pilot operation followed by your flight engineer. You had a navigator, you had a radio man, you had a bombardier, and then you had your your gunner, right? How do I see the crew? So in the aircraft, right hand side, you'll find a small little switch on the wall that says options. Click on the options, and this is where you can put the lads in. You can also move to different views. For example, if we want to go to the nose camera, click go. Well, it was working. Maybe it's shagged because I have views put in. That could be, yeah, because I have custom views set up now. Oh, there you go. So it has some of those. Yeah, she 2 gunners. A mid-turret gunner and a rear gunner. The most loneliest place on the aircraft. Because he was the only one down there. Your mid-turret operator was here, and your bombardier, his roles doubled up. When he wasn't aiming to drop bombs, he became the front gunner, or the forward gunner, right? So the Avro Manchester, shorter wingspan, a slight detail in the wing, the tail wing, right? So if we were to look at it, and like what makes this very interesting as much of a failure the Avro Manchester was, well, the Air Ministry still ordered a lot of aircraft because, well, it was desperate. It needed it. Bomber Command back then had absolutely no real way of bringing the fight to the Germans, to the Nazis. And that's what it was all about. The Lancaster, of course, Bomber Command, it's shrouded in, there's a bit of drama and stuff around it. And it's somewhat tarnished what they were able to do and what they did do. This thing, as beautiful and majestic as it is, it's a weapon. It was designed to be a weapon. It would carry all sorts of frightening, ordnance right to the front door of the enemy. And what this aircraft could do, the Air Ministry needed an aircraft that can carry a certain payload at a certain speed at a certain altitude. The Sterling wasn't bad, didn't have the speed, and it definitely didn't have the payload. This thing had the largest payload up until the B-29s came out. So B-17s couldn't pack the same punch as this aircraft. Also a beautiful airplane. But the Manchester, if you look at it, lads, well, you'll see, right? This is the Avro Manchester. Shorter wings, slightly change on the tail, but you can see you have your mid-gunner, rear gunner, and everything else was much the same. Except it had two engines, and if you look at the shape of the engines, as I said, very, very different. These are the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines as opposed to the Merlins. And even during the whole design phase, talking about Roy Chadwick, when he came up with this design for the Lancaster, officially they weren't allowed to get access to the Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. They couldn't spare them. But British ingenuity, they kind of appeared 4 engines, put them on the back of a truck and brought them out to Avro in Lincolnshire, and that's because of that they were able to do the test flight. Mad stuff that happened, right? But yeah, so the Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, to do a comparison between both, because it really comes down to the engines, right? So the Rolls-Royce Vulture engine, right, they used 2 of these. Now, it was a supercharged Kestrel, fairly standard design. In terms of the power, where is this now? It had a displacement of 22 litres, right? 22 friggin' litres. But this thing could only barely get propel the aircraft almost 200 miles an hour. Almost, right? And there was no way it couldn't carry that payload. A lot of them crashed. However, the Merlin engines, well, these were already proven to be successful. I mean, they had them in the Hurricane, they had them in the Spitfire. The Merlin engine outperformed anything else. A 27-litre V12 engine and the sheer horsepower. Combined, this aircraft had the bones of almost 5,000 horsepower. And it could propel it at speeds of just shy of 300 miles an hour, depending, of course, of the payload that it carried, right? So, there were some... another interesting fact, when it came to Roy Chadwick designing the aircraft, there were some 10,500 drawings during the design. 10,500 individual drawings of the aircraft. What? Incredible stuff, right? 10 tons. Each aircraft needed about 10 tons of light aluminium alloy. The average cost of a Lancaster, minus its armament, the bomb sight, the radio and radar equipment, to buy yourself a Lancaster with your 4 engines back then cost £59,000, which in today's money is about £2 million, right? And they built 7,000 of them, more than 7,000 of them. But yeah, the crew, the pilot, the bomb aimer, flight engineer, nav, wireless operator, mid and rear gunners, right? And another thing that made these aircraft successful at the time, the Air Ministry were like, we don't have the resources, we don't have the money to be able to do all of this. We don't think Lancaster should be the aircraft. And there was all sorts of politics going on here. But one of the major decision breakers were, right, the Avro Aircraft Company, the fact that they had done the hard work first, and the hard work back then wasn't building the aircraft, it was to build the machines that would build the aircraft. That was the biggest stumbling block. But Avro had already built the machines because of the Manchester. Most of the parts could be built using existing infrastructure, so there was no delay. The first production model of the Lancaster came just 10 months after the prototype flew. 10 months they had an aircraft out the gate. And you hear the story of all, like, you know, local folks working in England, riveters, you know, there's not a whole lot when it comes to kind of textiles and stuff in the aircraft, but riveters, you know, engineers, fabricators, all of these folks, they work 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week for 5 years. They didn't stop, right? They made an absolute deluge of these aircraft, which is, it's nuts when you think about it. When the Lancasters first launched, they were launched on daytime operations. And you may have heard the name before, Bomber Harris, right? He was in charge. He was the guy of Bomber Command, and it was only after, I think, the bombing of Coventry, that's what really spurred on this sort of warfare. You know, the RAF didn't come up with the concept of precision bombing or, you know, this type of weaponry. It was done to them. They received it. And it was, you know, quotes and stuff that he had made. You know, you had sowed you've sowed your own destruction and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? No cushion to sit on. Well, your cushion, funny enough, is your parachute. That's why if you look at the seats, right, that's why they're always kind of dug out, if you like, because the idea was your parachute would become your cushion. Same on the Spitz. Okay? So the first prototype, which was Bravo Tango 308, it flew on the 9th of January 1941 out of a place called Ringway Airport. Captain Harry Brown and Sidney Thorne were at the controls. This featured an increased wingspan over the Manchester, and also a central fin on the tail, which they ended up removing on the second prototype. Mad, right? Mad. It would be with number 44 Squadron, based at RAF Waddington, that the Lancaster would first enter service with the Royal Air Force. They took delivery of the first 3 aircraft on the 24th of December 1941, and they replaced the twin-engined Handley Page Hamptons. Right? Mad. The first operational sortie of the Lancasters took place on the 3rd of March 1942. They saw 4 aircraft lay mines in the Heligoland Bight. There was also a Bristol Hercules-powered Lancaster. Of the Lancaster variants produced, all would be powered by either Rolls-Royce or the Packard Merlins. The exception, of course, was the Lancaster B2, which was powered by the 1,735 horsepower Bristol Hercules 16 engine. It was 10 miles per hour slower than the Merlin-powered Lancasters, with a top speed of 205. Its service ceiling was 18,500, which was 6,000 lower than Lancaster, and only 301 Lancaster B2s were built. Ooh. Another Roy Chadwick design, the Avro York, well, that was a transport aircraft that featured the wings, tail and landing gear of the Lancaster. It was fitted to a new fuselage, and the aircraft would be used by the Transport Command and the British Overseas Airway Corporation. It was known as the Avro York. Do you ever see the Avro York? Here's a picture of an Avro York, look. So you can kind of see the shape from the side, right? Just a different fuselage, but you can kind of see the layout, right? The Avro York, she was built on the Lancaster. It flew under the Sydney Harbour Bridge, did the Lancaster. During 1943, Lancaster B3, which is Echo Delta 930, Quebec, or Q for Queenie, embarked on a promotional tour of Australia to sell war-saving bonds, with Flight Lieutenant or Lieutenant Peter Isaacson at the controls on the 22nd of October, saw him fly the aircraft under the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Which I imagine doesn't happen all the time, right? Do we have a photo of this? We do.
Hello there.
The day a Lancaster made its famous unauthorised flight. This is Australian news, look. Look at this! Queen for Queenie on Australian soil after arrival, right swooping under the bridge, and there's a picture of it there going under, look. Isn't that incredible? And that's a newspaper snippet of the day. Oscar loves Vatsim. Welcome in, buddy. There's an Avro York at Duxford. Oh, really, Jerry? Nice. Nice. That's class, isn't it? So they flew it under the bridge for the crack. Brilliant. Clapper kites. Some Lancaster Bs would have their front and mid-upper turrets removed and some interior items removed. Powered by the Merlin 24 engines, they were renamed to Lancaster B1 Special due to their high speed without a bomb load. They were nicknamed Clapper kites. They could absolutely boot it, right? The sight and sound of it will give you some eye grit. I could imagine, Steve. Jesus. Was lucky enough to see a while ago at RAF Cranfield. Took off and flew around. We landed. Nice. Mr. Dan, check your settings. See, do you have wake turbulence on? You need to turn off wake turbulence, right? A number of Lancasters would be used as test beds for research. This included Lancaster Lima Lima 735, which was used to test the Metropolitan Vickers F2 turbojet, fitted towards the rear of the fuselage with the exhausts where the rear turret would have been. What? Also, to increase the range of the aircraft for potential operations in the Pacific, a pair of Lancasters would have a saddle tank installed, which was fitted behind the cockpit and extended down past the wings, increasing the fuel capacity by over 50%. And then we have Operation Exodus on the 3rd of April 1945. It saw many prisoners of war flown home by a number of aircraft, including that of the Lancaster, which had modifications. It could transport up to 24 troops. Operation Exodus. And that's what's fascinating about all of this, right? Wake turbulence visualization is off. Look at this view. That is incredible. Well, the Lancaster was built absolutely as a bomber, and this thing flew, I think the numbers were right, over 150,000 sorties. Murph, can you knock 3 or 4 knots off? Yes, Dougal. We're currently doing 210. We're going to bring our... Jesus. We're going to bring our boost from 8 back to 4. And let's just monitor. Should drop us back to 205. Or even 200. Maybe less. They are, Dougal. That'll take our time. Aerodynamic visualization. Dan, it's not the visualization. You have an option in there to actually turn off wake turbulence. I don't think it's the visualization. You've convinced me to get this one, Murph. Incredible sight in the sim. It's Steve. Dude, like, it takes a little bit of learning. When you do download it, if you're on Flight Sim 2020, I have a video on YouTube today. It's this little gadget called Equalizer APO. This is the sound with it turned on. That's it off. So you're kind of missing the bass. Right? So that's needed. Also, your sensitivity slider in your hardware, for elevation, your elevator, right? Bring that back to like -8, as in 80, yeah? And it'll be just a chef kiss to fly. It's very, very nice. Yeah, performance is good, lads. You know, 70 FPS here in multiplayer, which is very good. As soon as I say that, though, you can be sure it'll go bang. As well as the Royal Air Force, a number of other countries used the Lancaster. This included the Royal Australian Air Force, the Royal Canadian Air Force, and also the Royal New Zealand Air Force. During the service in the Second World War, the Lancaster would equip at least 59 frontline Bomber Command squadrons. Here's one for you. 10 Lancaster aircrew were awarded the Victoria Cross during the Second World War. The first was awarded to Squadron Leader John Nettleton as a result of his actions with Number 44 Squadron flying the Lancaster during a daylight attack on Augsburg in Germany, while Captain Edwin Swales, DFC, of Number 582 Squadron being the last. After being posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross for his actions flying the Lancaster when acting as the master bomber when... where is this now? is it Zorheim, Germany, was raided on the 23rd of February 1945. In total, 7,377 Lancasters were built in its production run between 1941 and 1946. The last example, a Lancaster B1, was built on the 2nd of February 1946. A number of companies apart from Avro were also involved in the production of the aircraft. They included the Austin Motors Company, Victory Aircraft Limited, who are also based in Canada. Right, Echo Up Pursuit, good to see you, buddy. Slight delay between video and audio. Am I out of sync? Caleb, no, I don't use resizable bar. No. The belly gunner. So on this one, so the B-17 had a belly gunner. The Lanc had a forward facing. And then I had the what they call the mid gunner, midshift gunner. And a lot of the gunners were awarded as ace. They were aces because they shot down more than 5 aircraft. Right? Passing over soon, nice and stag. So we're going to be over. We're going to be flying over Duxford. Well, not over, but Duxford's going to be off to our right-hand side here now in a moment, right? And we have another airport here as well. Looking good, lads, looking good. On average, the number of sorties flown by the Lancaster was 21. However, 35 aircraft would take part in 100 sorties or more during the Second World War. One of these aircraft was Lancaster Romeo Sierra 868 S for Sugar. It completed 137 sorties. The Royal Australian Air Force, May 1944, saw it reach the 100 sortie milestone with a raid on Flensburg Harbour on the 23rd of April 1945. What? Incredible. After the war in Europe ended on the 8th of May 1945, it was intended to send a number of Lancaster squadrons out to the Pacific. This would have been known as the Tiger Force, and it was to attack targets in Japan in the lead up to invasion known as Operation Downfall. However, Japan surrendered before the force could be fully established. Number 35 Squadron were chosen to undertake a 5-week goodwill tour of the United States during July and August 1946, where they visited a number of airfields in the US. As development of the Lancaster continued, a new high-altitude version featuring increased wingspan and fuselage was produced. It was known as the Lancaster B4, however, with so many changes, it was later renamed to the Avro Lincoln, with the Lancaster being known as the Lincoln II. Speed check. What is our current speed? 194 knots, give or take. Josh, good to see you. We're on the Southeast Asian server, my guy. Southeast Asian. We're halfway through our first leg. The Lancaster served 15 years with the RAF. Now, the aircraft that the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight have, their Lancaster, plus there's a static display of a Lancaster in Duxford, which is interesting, because although she's no longer flying, their aircraft, I think, was originally built in Canada. Anyway, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, it was inaugurated on the 11th of July 1957 down at RAF Biggin Hill. It was initially called RAF Historic Aircraft Flight, and it consisted of 3 Mark... Jesus, what's that? 19 Spitfires, and the RAF's last airworthy Hurricane, LF-363. It was then renamed to the Battle of Britain Flight before its final renaming in 1969 to what it is known today, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Between 1959 and 1965, the flight had 1 Spitfire and 1 Hurricane. Now, as a museum without walls, it maintains 11 historic and irreplaceable aircraft. It has an Avro Lancaster, a C-47 Dakota, 5 Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, and also 2 de Havilland Chipmunk training aircraft. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight is a regular RAF unit. It's manned by service personnel and it's funded by the Ministry of Defence. Their motto, Least We Forget. The Least We Forget motto of RAF Battle of Britain Memorial Flight reflects in the mission and honours the thousands of men and women in the air and on the ground that gave their lives for this country in the noble pursuit of freedom. Isn't it incredible? The Avro Lancaster, the most famous and successful RAF heavy bomber. Lancaster Papa Alpha 474 was built at the Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory in Hawarden Airfield, Chester, on the 31st of May 1945, just after VE Day. The war in the Far East ended before she was deployed. It did not take part in any hostilities. That is the aircraft that is flown to this day by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And as I said, like, we got to see these. They visited Ireland before. They went to the Bray Air Display. Mr. Two-Tone also saw these guys at Baldonnel when they flew in. Just absolutely incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. So we're still holding 3,000 feet, indicated airspeed of about 190 knots. Engines seem to be behaving. We have some absolutely stunning views here. Isn't it gorgeous, lads, isn't it? Like, I think one of the most memorable missions, of course, in the Lancaster, it has to be the Dam Busters raid, right? 617 Squadron, and apart from that mission where they had to take out, you know, the dams, because the whole idea was they could stop production in Germany for a considerable amount of time if they took out the dams, and it was all about water. I don't know the exact figure, but effectively the steelworks in Germany needed something like, you know, 100 tons or 100 or 1,000 litres per 100 tons or something like that. And the dams represented millions of litres, right? Not only that, but of course it gave it the electricity as well. So the idea was, well, let's take out the dams, and this will put a severe stop into what the German war machine was doing. So the idea was they had to develop a weapon that, well, you need to watch the movie The Dam Busters, but effectively they had to develop a weapon that was able to get past German ground defences, as in, you know, cargo nets and anti-sub nets and all this jazz, to be able to get all the way up to the dam wall, hit the wall without exploding, sink about 60 feet, and then detonate. But it had to get very close up to the wall.
Hello there.
What came of that, of course, we know it today as the bouncing bomb. Mordor, thank you very much indeed. Welcome in. So, like, the dam Operation Chastise was the name of it, right? Now, I'll use Wikipedia here, just have a quick gawk at it, because you need to see the stuff, right? The Mona Dam. Spoiler alert, you know, it worked, right? But the concept was using this bouncing bomb. And you can see here where the idea of the Lanc would drop the bomb and see where all the defences were, and they can see where the anti-aircraft defences were. They used this ingenious design of using lights forward and aft of the aircraft so they could zero in on knowing exactly what altitude the aircraft was at. The requirement of the pilot was to fly at exactly 60 feet, I think 150 miles an hour, give or take, and then drop the bomb. Guy Gibson was on this mission. He was the squadron leader. And you can see this on the graphic moving forward. Hope you can see this clearly. So it shows you all the defences. It shows you, you know, anti-aircraft guns, and then the Lancaster approaching in with its lights. The bomb dropped, bounces, hits the wall, doesn't detonate. It then sinks to 60 feet and then explodes. Boom. And by doing so, it would send shockwaves through the dam, basically causing an earthquake, and that's how they managed to do it, right? The bomb itself, Barnes Wallace was on watch. Look at this, literally a bouncing bomb. So the idea of, you know, skimming a stone in water, you can see it hopping along. That's what they did. And with the Lancaster we get from Airplane Heaven, upkeep has been included as a livery, so you can actually see the thing. Isn't it mad? That was under Guy Gibson's aircraft. Now, Guy Gibson's aircraft didn't actually, his bomb didn't hit it. They also hit the Eder Dam. T is for Tommy. That's one of the other Lancasters that went there. That's the crew. But you're talking, some of them were kids, 18. Do we have the bouncing bomb? Where is this now? I'm sure we have. Oh yeah, here's the stuff here. Look, Operation Chastise. Let's have a quick gawk here at the. Look at this. This is Dam Busters footage, right? I want to show you this is the bomb, look. See it dropping? This is during the testing of it. So there's a movie called The Dam Busters, all about 617 Squadron, and it's an excellent movie. It's an old movie, but it's an excellent movie. And the mission wasn't without its casualties. They lost aircraft, they lost crews, and you know, the idea was, sure, this won't be heavily defended at all. It was extremely heavily defended. Extremely heavily defended. But yeah, there's a link here to a YouTube video, lads. I'll share this in the chat. Have a look at it. It's restored Dam Busters footage, actual footage of back then, right? Absolutely incredible. Right, we continue in. We'll do one of these and kind of soak up the atmosphere of what this machine is all about.
Donkey. course. I shall be heading a little to the east.
Okay, I'll give you a course to steer if your engine will go through it.
Yeah, it's...
Okay, right.
Only there's a few search lights ahead, about 100.
Yeah.
Boy, good, I've never seen anything like this before. Neither have I. 4,000 pounds have just gone up, and good show.
That's not bad at all.
Yes, it's not a bad thing.
Right, we're on now.
Okay.
Well, there's a target been ahead, Skip.
Okay, now we're over the lake now.
Okay,
Just coming up.
Okay.
What was the heading again?
146.
Okay, on 146.
Okay.
And just lead.
170.
Yes,
High
got it. Hang on.
40,
Okay.
10 seconds. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Okay, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. 20 seconds. You can weave a bit, Skip.
Okay, Barella.
30 seconds. There the flares and just to the left.
Okay.
Okay, keep weaving for a while.
Right. That was actual audio from that raid. If you wanted to have a listen to it, it's actual audio from the Lancaster crew. It's available on YouTube. You can have a listen in, and it is no worry, old boy. Everything's terribly fine. It's just a small little, oil leak. Nothing to worry about. What? Nothing to worry about? But they're mad. Absolutely crazy. So yes, airport just under us here now. We're going to overfly the airfield, come back in. We're going to land, of course, on runway 25. So it's going to be straight out over. At this stage, we're going to disengage our autopilot off. And we're going to overfly. So it's going to be a small little turn to the left. And we'll position ourselves back into the to the right. John Hawks, welcome in, buddy. Hope you're well. Yeah, absolute MacGyvers, yeah. Cheers, Jody. I was expecting lots of swearing. Yeah, not at all. That wouldn't be terribly British. Man alive, look at this. Isn't this nuts? Yes, there's going to be issues with model matching, but by and large, this is incredible, isn't it? There's our airport. Oh, Jesus. Go handy now. Go fierce handy now. Because some of the airport is being used as straw bales. We must be terribly, terribly careful. I mean, look at it in black and white. Like, isn't it just? Isn't it?
Oh, Jesus.
It is, though. It's amazing. Right. Let's see what we can do here. So we're going to start bringing this power back. Easy now. It's all about smoke and mirrors. Power coming back. Watching the RPM. Boost is at 0. Hold the nose up. We can increase the RPM. That's going to help us. There we are. Doing about 175. Keep her dropping. We're heading up towards Norwich here at the moment, but we will turn. The language might have been a little bit more lively for the Aussies and the Kiwis, probably. Stu! Could you imagine? But yeah, if you get the chance to check it out, lads, Dam Busters is an amazing movie. And it wasn't just all about the combat. It's, you know, there's the desperation, the red tape, incredible stuff. All right, speed is dropping nicely. We're going to start a turn. Quite a nimble aircraft. Easy now. Keep the pressure back. Easy does it. Man, what a machine this is. Alrighty, about 150. Big aerial over there, or a chimney. Don't hit that, whatever you do. We'll ramble in this way, adjusting our trim as we do it. 150, 10 degrees of flaps. That'll help with the rate of descent as well. You ran out of gas. Uh-oh. What did Muse Fan do? Was it the Jesus? Alright, let's see what we can do here. Easy now. This is our first stop of the night. Are we having fun so far? Oh, you flew through me. That's quite okay, Muse. Is your Sims behaving? Everything okay so far? Speed 130. Airport's in sight. Let's go for the gear. Oh, look at this. Gorgeous. Who's that poor devil in a plane? Getting good performance. Sweet. Alright, watch your speed here and also the angle coming in. Let's go 20 degrees flaps. This will be a challenge. Half of the runway, of course, no longer operated. It's a World War II field. Echo Golf Sierra Victor. Easy now. Man, look at that P-38 up there. Corsair looking good, man. Can't cold start a Cessna? Dragon, good to see you. Yeah, you watched this afternoon. Nice. Nice. Alright, speed 120. Continue with flaps. 40 degrees. That's the max we want to give it. And to throw the nose right up. Easy now. Field being the operative word, right? There's a hump as you come in to throw the aircraft up. Let's see what happens. Being a tail dragger, conventional tail dragger rules. If you can, try and get a 3-point. If not, definitely aim for the main landing gear and watch the brakes not to tip it over. Joey Bolo is here. Good to see you, Joey. Welcome in, man. Alright, watch the speed. About 110 on final approach. Flaps are good. Props are full. Gear is down. Easy does it. Sitting on 100 knots. Easy. Let the nose come up. Looking for the main gear. There's touchdown. Bit of a bounce. We'll take it. Oh, don't tip over. It's a rookie mistake. It can happen to anyone. Alright, power to idle. Very gentle on the brakes. Our tail wheel will drop once we're slow enough. Easy. Alright. Flaps in. Get ourselves turned around here on the grass. Model matching at its absolute finest. Oh. Small bit of power. Come back up through the grass here. It's a grass runway, so it's quite okay. Old Buckenham. This one is from Burning Blue Designs. It's a beautiful. Avert your eyes. It's a beautiful airfield. Oh Jesus! Right. Easy now. Alright. Good first leg of the flight is done. So we know that the virtual Battle of Britain Memorial flight, we know the guys are out there somewhere. It could be an issue to appear them flying around. Model matching is just a bit of an owl, well, isn't it? Minus 494 needs practice. Jesus, Muse. What do we get? 161. We'll take every little bit of it. There's flying kittens. Here's the airfield. An absolute masterpiece by Burning Blue, this one. And if I didn't know any better, we'll see a wild Steve in the scenery looking around. Full chat, they really are, man. They really are. They're awesome. You'll see a VR flight sim guy looking out here as well. I mind the weather station. We'll continue to back taxi. Ooh, someone brought a phenom with them. Alpha Watt now coming in, looking good. It's hard to believe that there are only 2 flying Lancasters left in the world today. There is a third one being built. Will I hit that? Jeez, I better not. There is a third one being built, and their plan is to get that back into airworthiness as well. But at the moment, there's only 2. There's one based in the United Kingdom and the other based in Canada. Alright, let's not go through the field. I do want an extended bit of a takeoff here, so we're actually going to go on to the old original World War II part of the airfield. Flyer 10, oh, you're the escort plane. Nice, buddy, nice. We've arrived at Southend to refuel. We're giving you a flight pass at Headcorn before transiting back to Coningsby. Ah, love that. Thank you so much, lads. Goose is probably hopping along there because, you know, that's a limitation of Joint FS, right? Canada used post-war Lancasters as long-range search and rescue aircraft. Restoration project for a 3rd Lancaster. That's correct. That's correct. Squarely, good to see you. Alton is here. Very good evening. Seen the Lancaster fly here in Toronto. What a sight. Oh, bravo, Juliet Tango. Yes. All right, we'll get ourselves turned around here. Easy now. Easy now. Alright, we'll position ourselves right behind this guy. Who be that? We don't know, he's on Joint FS. Alright, hold position. Alright, so our next airport where we're at the moment. So where we are at the moment, this is Old Buckenham Aerodrome, Echo Golf Sierra Victor. We're in Norfolk. It was Station 144 of the United States Army Air Force. Its role was for heavy bombers of the US Army Air Forces. Originally built in 1942, it was a Class A bomber airport or airfield or aerodrome. Old Buckenham was handed over to the 8th Air Force of the US Army Air Force and became home of the 453rd Bombardment Group in late 1943. They flew the B-24 Liberators. They arrived in December 1943 and its first combat mission flew out of here in February 1944. They conducted strategic bombing raids over Nazi Germany, including industrial targets, transportation hubs and oil refineries. It also took part in major Allied operations such as D-Day, bombing the German coastal defences in Normandy, Operation Market Garden and the Battle of the Bulge. Notably, Jimmy Stewart, the famous Hollywood actor and the United States Army Air Force colonel, served as operations officer with the 453rd during his tour of Europe. While not based at Old Buckenham directly, he was deeply connected to the same air command structure. The airport was decommissioned shortly after the war, but it remains one of the best preserved and honoured United States Army Air Force heritage sites in the UK today. Our next airport is going to be down to Headcorn Aerodrome, previously known as RAF Fairford, and that's below in Kent. Opened in 1943, it was a fighter operations and ALG facility. It opened in August 1943, one of the many advanced landing grounds built across southeast of England in preparation of the Allied invasion of Europe. It hosted several Spitfire and Typhoon squadrons from the Royal Air Force, also the Royal Canadian Air Force, and also the 2nd Tactical Air Force, designed to provide rapid response fighter cover to the build-up to D-Day, and was one of the first airfields used as a prototype, later constructed in Normandy for the ALGs. Pilots operated in a high-tempo environment of armed reconnaissance, ground attack and escort missions across the Channel, and one of the units stationed here included that of number 403 Canadian Squadron flying Spitfires during the spring of 1944. The airfield closed in 1945, but the grass runways and wartime layout are still evident today. It now hosts warbird flights and is a haven for aviation heritage. All these airports are also included in the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. They're listed airports that the squadron visits. Jimmy Stewart actually made it to Brigadier General before retirement. Really? Ooh. Nice. Alright, let us go at it again. Flap set for 20. My sim is going to crash. That's a pity. Something somewhere has upset me sim. It's unresponsive, lads. Will it recover? Will it recover? I don't think so, boys. I don't think so. That's a shame. Alright, we may kill the sim and start her up again. Flight simulator is not responding. You don't say! Now I wonder, can I try science? And? Will it come back? Active pause. Nah, she did. Alright, quick restart coming in, lads. Although it doesn't say not responding anymore. But I can't click into the sim, do you know what I mean? Nah. She's dead. The joys of our flight sims. Right, we'll start it up again, so. In we go, we do it again. It was the speed bumps, yeah. It was shagged, yeah, it was shagged. It's alright though, we'll get back in and see what happens. We'll close off the landing rate monitor. Join FS, we'll have to close as well. And we'll start all these once the sim reloads. It's just one of those things, isn't it? Sometimes it's great, sometimes not so great. But we'll give it a few moments. This won't take long, hopefully. And we get back into the sim and continue on. The speed bumps were mighty fierce. Were they? Jam is here. Good to see you, Jam. Welcome aboard. Doesn't need to be loading terribly well, does it? All right, there we go. It's coming back alive. We hope. We hope. Let's see what happens. We'll be doing well to finish the flight plan tonight. C to D or no C to D? We actually have a good shot of it done. What time are we? We're 10:15. We're grand. Sorry, I just missed the house. I came in on 2-7. Ooh. Let's see what this is going to do. Enjoying the new stick though, Merv. Just a case of what button to use. Out of interest, what do you use for your external views? Internal, external cameras. I don't use that on me joystick. That's on, I use the keyboard for that. So on my Verpal, the trigger brings me back to my home view, right? I have various trims set up. I have a push to talk. I have an autopilot disconnect. I have trims. That's pretty much it. Right, let us load in here once again. Come along, Sim, come along. And I keep getting that reminder. Your marketplace has been updated. Really? Navigate to system, click for developers, locate end task. Yeah, no, you can do that. I do it the old-fashioned way. Where are we at? Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Save and back. I'm going to cheat. We're going to start the runway rather than doing another restart. Let me see. Old Buckenham. And we will position ourselves on the runway just here. Runway 25. And flight conditions. So we will go custom, all players. We were back early in the morning and we were using a few clouds. And let's launch us into the action and see what happens. Could also set it on the Steam Deck. Oh, you could, or on your Stream Deck. You could, of course. The old air conditioning. Oh, my spine needs to be turned on. It's very warm in here now. Let's see what happens. Tons of aircraft loading in. Always a good sight. It wasn't really a CTD. The sim just kind of stayed on. Weird, right? Interesting. I'll give it a few moments. And a crash already? Really? Is multiplayer starting to show its dirty face? It just like paused.
Oh, Jesus.
What's stopping it from working? Yeah, just crashed. Just gave up. Is it multiplayer? We were having fierce issues with multiplayer the other day, weren't we? Right, give it a go again.
Can I get a refund?
No, shag off. There's no refunds. I wonder, is a certain aircraft I have loaded in? Probably. Tech gremlins, you better believe it. Yeah, open that. Let's just see what other aircraft we have loaded in. Military. No.
They've done studies, you know.
World War II.
60% of the time, it works every time.
I have a feeling it's some of these. Turn off these. Hawker Hurricane. What's that doing there? Corsair, the Hampton and the Sterling. Like they're 2020 aircraft, but like, do you know, the Flying Iron stuff should be alright. Big radials, the Tomahawk, that hasn't been updated in a month of Sundays. Airplane Heavens P-51 should be okay. Right, let us see what this does. Hopefully we get in this time. 2020 has been grand. There's more of them than usual outside. Yeah, 100%. Right, let's see what happens here. We love these delays. It has to be third party related. Do you know? Yeah, baby. Yeah. Tylerium, good to see you. Welcome in, buddy. Your sim loads so quick. I tried 24 today and it took 40 minutes to load. 40 minutes? Jesus, don't wait that long. Just cancel it. Just Flight Tomahawk. That just got an update. No. Not the Just Flight Tomahawk. The P-40 Tomahawk. A very different aircraft, Muse. The big radials P-40. Right, let's try this again. I'll never figure out how it goes from working just fine to suddenly not working. You know what I mean? But all we can do is try. Oh, devil. We'll try it one more time. There's a few clouds. Right, let's see what happens. Equally scary, right? Equally scary, yeah. The Tomahawk. Great bit of kit, isn't it? Can't remember the last time it was updated. It's not great either. Yeah. It's a long time since Big Radials got around to that. Long time. Squarely just had a sim crash as well. Right, let's see what happens. Otherwise, they're going to have to be multiplayer off and we go back to Join FS because there is very little we can do. She's thinking about it. No longer thinking about it. And a crash. Alright, she doesn't want to play. Multiplayer will have to be turned off, boys, because otherwise we have an issue. That's strange, isn't it? Instant CTDs. Sorry about all of this. It's all part of the process. Banana Dave, have a good one. It was fun in the Lancaster, absolutely. Sticky Rice is here, good to see you. Right, we should try this now without using multiplayer. This is going to be fun. The advantage, of course, of doing this, if anyone's on Join the Fest, we can all appear as Lancasters. Do you know? Reboot time? Nah. No, a reboot doesn't necessarily do it. Like, you can get into deleting files and shader caches and scenery caches and all of this. There's an aircraft somewhere it doesn't like, or a livery, and that's why it's just can't get over it. This should work now without if I turn off multiplayer, it should load just in, straight in. Let us see. Must be something another user's flying. Yeah, well, it is, but it's not necessarily their fault. It's so my sim is trying to find a livery or a model for it, and it's memory out. It's like, oh, I can't deal with this, or it's creating an exception somewhere in the code, and it's telling the sim to crash, as in, oh, we can't get past this. Do you know? It's like it's an old legacy. Just loading very wrong, not their fault. No, it's not their fault. Yeah. Getting an orange light on Join FS. You're getting an orange light on Join FS. That's not good. Let's see, Muse. Just when I got it sorted too, you're getting an orange light on Join FS. So let's see what happens here when we do this. So we're going to go flight. It never saves your livery in 24 either. Come on, will you do the thing? Livery. Battle of Britain. Save. Save. Right. Going to go to Headcorn. We're going to start with the engines running on the runway. High conditions. Custom off. Time of day. Save. Load. Now, if this doesn't work, well, then I don't know what it is. You know, one day we'll have a fully functioning multiplayer. Someday. But not today. Not today. Yeah. Let's see what happens. So if it decides to stop again, well, then it's not, well, it's a combination. It could be the scenery. Could be the scenery. But surely if it was the scenery, it'd have died on loading. You know what I mean? I'm not liking this. Give it a second. Unfortunately, it's multiplayer. Right. Let's have a look at Join FS. $130 frames here. Like, it's, you know, 2020 is better in that regard. It is. 2020 works a little bit better. Yeah, yeah. Right, so just going to wait for Join FS to come alive. Double check now in the aircraft. While we're sitting here, let us go to the aircraft. Flight performance. Ballast should be 0. Fuel up the hill. Load the aircraft. And let's see what we can do here. One can only hope. Where's Join FS? Come on, will you? Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. What's our flat position? Let's go 20. That's fine. You come across. It'll hardly remember me flight, will it? Out. No. Flight plan. Set origin. Echo Golf Sierra Victor. Destination Echo Golf X-Ray Charlie. And a couple of stops now. We have Echo Golf Kilo Hotel and Echo Golf Sierra Uniform. Right. Lovely. Map. Yes, that's how she's looking. Utilities, autopilot. We'll set once again 3,000 feet. And we'll leave this alone for the moment. Alright, Join FS. Network. Green light. We're looking good. And let's see what happens. There's a Hurricane. There's a BN2. We've got a Lanc over there. Andrew, good to see you. Steve Claxon, good to see you. Alright lads, so if you have Join FS, exclamation point Join FS. We should have a lot more aircraft than this. Alright, 2 Lancasters, a DC-3. Who's in that yoke? We're going to change him to a Lancaster because it just looks weird. Let me see. Or the Impossible Face, we're going to change him into a Lancaster. Hope you don't mind. Now, is it under Avro or is it under... Huh. Wait for it now. AH. Substitute to AH. There he is. The Great Hadoken is in the longitude. Sir Fuzz is in a Hurricane. Goose is in a DC-3. Yeah, the model library I have is ridiculous. Alright. Let us continue on with our flight and hope this all goes well this time. Now, is everything set up right? That should be on, that should be on. They should be on. That should be on. They should be on. That should be on. And they should be on. Why were they all off? Interesting. Right, let us do the thing with the yoke. Are we ready, sports fans? Hold the brakes, power coming in. It's just one of those things, unfortunately. Multiplayer is just, well, it's not there yet, is it? Easy now. Alrighty, that's good. Off the brakes. We got a Texan dancing. Oh wait, I should have backed up. Uh-oh. Tarnish, you take care, buddy. Have a good one. 80 knots. This is going to be sporty. Oh dear. Cleared the trees and we're all right. She needs a lot of runway, the airplane having one, which is weird, but however. Flaps in, watch the climb, get that speed up, Merv. There we go, looking better now. Easy, easy. Alrighty, it's fine. Alright, decent climb out. Autopilot, nav, CDI, altitude is set, vertical speed, give us 1,000 feet. And she's starting to roll. Phew! It needs a mile, it needs a lot, yeah, it needs a lot. Alright, we're now on our way. Beautiful. Now, you can argue, you know, there's no nameplates in the real world, which we know that. Gorgeous. Alright. Couple of more aircraft behind us. 617 used to come back from their training flights with bits of trees in it, right? Okay, 180. We're climbing up nicely here. That'll do. Roy, you take care, buddy. Hello. My sim crashed. Doesn't like multiplayer. The multiplayer gods were not with us this evening. You had me on little nav map. Sweet. It's amazing, like, you turn off multiplayer and it's fine. It's... What can you do? Alright, coming up on 2,000 feet. The issue, of course, this is going to have... I don't know, do the lads have Join FS? Bum. Let's see. Alright, we're well on our way. Coming up to 3,000 feet. We'll level off. We'll ease out the power. We're doing about 190 so far. 200 feet to go. We're looking good. Boost is fine. Let's drop some of the RPM now. Looking good. And we'll level off. And we'll boost to about 4. It amazes me that third-party apps like Join FS, Skynet, VATSIM can inject aircraft with the native Microsoft Flight Sim is so buggy. Their native multiplayer is a shambles. Like, it really is. It's they will fix it, but like, we've been waiting since like what? Sim Update 5 of Flight Sim 2020. And like, and it happens on their own fly-ins as well. Now, whether or not they get CTDs, I don't know, but like, you know. Right, here's the lads starting to appear. Like, it's a backup option that we have. It's not ideal though, you know. I think when Say Intentions bring out we're unable to join on Join FS, therefore not able to carry on with you. Yeah, sorry to hear that, lads. Not much we can do. Like, if the sim keeps crashing, there's probably no point jumping on, you know what I mean? But yeah, Skynet from Say Intentions, I'll you know, that'll eventually, everyone is going to fly using that, I think. Because Join FS, it's not actively developed anymore. And it's old, you know what I mean? So, yeah. I'm more excited for Skynet, because that's just going to give us way more options. Look at that. But yeah, Join FS will do the thing. For the moment, it'll do the thing. Of course, 617 also flew another famous Avro bomber. Where did they fly? That was Neil. Man, Neil. There we go. So there's our engineer at the engineer station. We can put him here beside us. Get in there now. Ah, good man yourself, Paddy. Or put him back there. Nice. Alright. Your Grumman is flying like a Cessna? Oh, really? Just making sure of the correct Join FS. It is 2024 one. Yes. You still having issues, Muse? That is unfortunate. we have some aircraft here. Man, it does look great, doesn't it? Doesn't it look incredible? All those Lancasters, man, absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And a single Hurricane right behind us. Look at that. Look at that! That is friggin' gorgeous!
Hello there.
Been man, good to see you. Isn't it absolutely mad, isn't it? Tis mad, lads. Right, wing views, looking good. There was a Hurricane, he's gone, don't know where he's gone now. We have another line coming up behind us. We'll probably catch these lads coming in formation. This would be the right way to do it, so you lads remain doing what you're doing. And we're going to see if I can fly in. Let's see what we can do here. We're going to bring our boost up and see if we can catch these guys. We'll do a standard diamond formation. Speed's increasing. We'll go heading mode for this one. Yeah, Mr. Dan, 100%, man. 100%. Skynet will be good. A little bit more boost. See if we can catch the lads. Easy now. Any news on it? No, they're still working on it. Alright, let's see if we can catch these guys and do a bit of formation stuff. We are catching them. Easy. Easy. Alright, looking a bit better. Oh, look at that. That's very beautiful. Alright, we'll go out of autopilot off. I have control. Let's see what we can do here. Have a look here. I'm getting a little bit too centered. Watch your speed. It's very pretty, isn't it? Alright, let's see what we can do here. Jesus, imagine seeing 3 Lancasters information again. Wouldn't that be the sight? Easy. Easy. Alright, we'll keep our eye on you. I'm going to get up a little bit closer. So for Join FS, look for the public server. It's called Firefly Air. If you find Firefly Air, the password, all one word, the logs 2. The logs 2. And it's all lowercase. That'll get you onto it. It seems to be behaving. I imagine I'm pretty close. There we go. Man, that's awesome looking, isn't it? Out you get a bit, Murph. Out you get a bit. Retriever Neil, put on the kettle. Bit of power. I'm very far back, so we'll try and ease our way forward again. Stag is in. Come on yourself, Stag. The things we have to do for multiplayer, lads. Easy now. I mean, that's a cool looking sight right there, isn't it? Just hear something stronger. It's cold up here. Man, that's friggin' deadly looking, isn't it? Look at that. Cool. Nicely done, boys. Nicely done. Right, autopilot re-engage. We were talking 3,000. Nav, altitude. Easy does it. There's another lank. Oh, look at the state of that, look. That's insanely pretty, isn't it? Insanely pretty. We lost one. He was there and then he disappeared. It does look absolutely incredible, doesn't it? Beautiful. Very, very pretty. Any closer, Murph? Go on, you can do it. Jesus. Easy now. Easy now. So I saw another line back there somewhere. So having to use Join FS, there's not a whole lot we can do. It is just one of those things, lads. Okay, so we're heading next to Headcorn. Runway 10, I suppose. Easy now. There's that hurricane back. Man, it looks class, doesn't it? It's a grass strip, it is. When the Dam Busters film was first shown in the cinema in Wick, my great grandfather had one of his model lines displayed in the foyer. No way! Had a WestJet Max 8 for overflying your area to Calgary. Ooh. Nice. So we have a Hurricane, we have 2 Langs and ourselves, and there's more up there somewhere. Got another aircraft there dead ahead. Not the easiest of machines to keep in formation, but once I know the speed, actually, that'll make life easier. Runway 10, yeah. Could you imagine flying? Like, could you imagine? Ewan McGregor did a great documentary about Bomber Command, him and his brother. Did you ever see it? Bomber Boys, I think it's called. Oh, jeez, it's very good. Andrew Noble upsetting the hens, eh? Easy. $160 knots. We have London over there. To our right. Then someone turns up in an A350, but that's the good thing about Join FS, we can change all that if we like, you know. Your airspeed is measured in miles per hour on the Lanc. Miles per hour. So 162 miles per hour is what you're doing, alright. Let's see if we can get closer. Easy. Man, that's some view, isn't it? Elliot, good to see you, buddy. That's Dougal and Neil. Oh, nice. Man, Dougal, you legend. It's absolutely gorgeous flying. So what are we talking? 160. So let me catch up a little bit.
Time to pull the big switch, good buddy.
Oh, flight director in with the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great stream. You joined us here flying some Lancasters. The L multiplayer in the sim isn't behaving, so we're using a little program called Join FS, and it kind of works, right? Kind of works. So it's the Airplane Heaven Lancaster. Easy. 162 is the speed. Almost sorted. Flight director, hope you had a great stream, buddy. Welcome in, lads. So we're doing this kind of Battle of Britain Memorial flight kind of tribute. Hey, there's another hurricane. We took off out of Fairford. We made a stop over at what was it called? Old Buckenham. We're heading out to Headcorn next. It's going good, man. It's going good. Some issues with multiplayer. Not much we can do there, but yeah, it's going good. Just trying to do some formation flying with the lads. Looks pretty, doesn't it? So we've 3 Lancasters and 2 Hurricanes so far, and there's someone else there ahead of us. Our speed is better now. Just coming up to Leeds Castle. Ooh. It's very pretty. Join FS not without its flaws at all, but I kept getting CTDs with Microsoft's multiplayer, which is not good. Speed up again. Kozaki's in one of the Hercs. Nice. It's a great airplane, and I love the history of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just, you know, a heavy bomber. Everything from the design to the missions that it flew, like 150,000 sorties. Could you imagine that? And some of the crews, some of the bomber crews flew over 100 sorties. Oh. Jared says, is 24 worth swapping to now, or is it 50-50? No, I think it's worth swapping to, man. The Sim Update 2 is a great update for the Sim. It didn't do multiplayer any good though. So I'm hoping Sim Update 3 addresses some of it, you know what I mean? That's the hope. Let's have a look. Now, let's have a go. Here's the turn. That appears to be Dougal. We're going to come off autopilot and we'll follow him down. See what I mean? It's such a nimble airplane. We got a jet flying with us. Nice, nice. Okay, so it's going to be runway 10 we're going for. Easy now. John Hawks was at Headcorn 2 weeks ago. Nice. Metal approach negative. You can't show nameplates, unfortunately. You can on X-Plane, which is weird, but you just can't on Microsoft Flight Sim. Microsoft and Asobo need to turn on one of the Sim Connect variables, I think. Alright, easy does it. Aviator Apollo, good to see you. The Avro Lancaster by Airplane Heaven. Real nice. I may or may not have lost Dougal. Oh no, there he is. Down we get. Let's follow him in. The sounds are good, yeah. Sounds are really good. Thanks, Aviator. Alright, let's see if we can follow Dougal in. Easy now. We're absolutely hooning at 220 miles an hour. Let's bring that power back. Easy. Easy. Try and slow us down. Jason Dougal, you hit the air brakes. Easy now. Gear coming down. Easy. Easy. This is a grass runway, so this is going to be hilarious, Dougal. Because if you miss it, I'm definitely going to miss it. Speed 140. Mr. Dan, the floor killed him. The floor killed you. Well, bro, good to see you. Alright, let's see what happens here. Get in a little bit closer. Watch your speed. There's another Lanc ahead of us, look. Man, it's not a view though, isn't it? Got a Lanc behind us. Two ahead of us. Keep flying in. Hey, Captain Gaming, good to see you. This is the Lancaster by Airplane Evan. Real nice. Right. Holding about 110 knots. Might have to, easy now. Alright, 20 degrees flaps. To the left, Murphy, to the left. Easy now. The runway is grim. Ah, looks okay. Watch your trim coming in. Mind the trees. Easy. Easy. Easy now. Touchdown! 3-point landing for the win. Get in there. It's DC3 here. Speed coming down. Hey, we got a couple of aircraft now. Nice. Alright, flaps coming in. There's a plane upside down on the runway. Jesus. Who was that? Poor old devil. Alright, see if we can spin ourselves around here. Look good. Who's the poor agent that ended up in the ground? The poor devil. Alright, let's hold station here for the moment. You love to see it, right? You only tap the brakes. Send a medic. Medic! Harry, you're going to see it, buddy. He's in a terrible mess. DC-3 and a hurricane.
Hello there.
Nice. Booms TV. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Right, we have a Calcula Lancasters. Great. 140 feet per minute for Muse fan. Man yourself. Alright, quick checking our fuel. Alright. Okay, from here, lads, it's up to Duxford. A 60-mile jaunt. We could be late. Minus 45 for Dougal. That was a beautiful landing. Minus 224. Asher, listen, you know. Oh, me spine. Right, time to back taxi. We'll keep an eye out for the virtual Battle of Britain of Memorial flight, guys. I think they're up and running. We hope. Now, looking at the weather sock, we can actually probably depart from here. What do you reckon, lads? No worries at all, Muse. Have a safe flight in the morning, buddy. Yeah, I may have I may have chosen a slightly longer flight than normal for tonight. How realistic would you put this? The Lanc? Well, I never flew one, so like, there's a nice bit of systems to it, though. You know, like, if you wouldn't go down the road of like study level or any of that, but it's quite good. There's a good bit of systems in it. John C, you take care, buddy. 120 nautical miles to go. We're committed. Get ourselves turned around. Easing out. No worries, Mr. Dan. Take it fierce handy. It is late in the evening, lads. There's no worries at all. Thanks so much for stopping by. Alright, power coming in. We'll hold it. When ready, start a rolling. So heading to Duxford next. And let's see what happens. Uh, 24, yeah. All right. Let's go for it. Take up our set. We're going to go straight through the other Lancaster. Terribly, terribly sorry. Avert your eyes. Yes, all is okay back here, Johnny. Lovely. Right, get that nose down. There's 80 miles an hour. There's 100. 110. This is going to be biblical. Upsy daisy. Mind the trees. Gear up. Watch the rate of climb. It doesn't like a sharp climb. Get the speed up. Skimming the treetops. Alright. Looking good. Gimsack, welcome in. Alright, roll to the right. Easy. Alright, looking better now. Okay, let's go back to our autopilot. We're going to go autopilot on, nav mode. Altitude is already in. Let's go vertical speed. Call it 1,000 feet. And that'll get us on course. Easy. There's a Lancaster just behind us. Isn't the visibility absolutely incredible in this thing? Like, it really, really is. They had awesome visibility. And especially with this, you know, this glass, this dome glass. Alright, we're on course. It's going to be a left turn, just get us onto the magenta line. We're climbing here, 1,000 feet a minute, speed 170 indicated. Roll to the left. Well, let's see what we can do. To any of the guys with the virtual Battle of Britain Memorial flight, we'll do our own thing. Beyond this, I'll reach out to you and maybe we can get a session done at Coningsby or Duxford. Also, in addition to this tonight, it's just the fact that multiplayer is not playing nice. Sim Update 3, I'm not actually sure when that's due to release. I have to say that's got to be like very, very soon, right? I mean, it has to be. At this stage, has to be. Right, coming up on 2,500 feet. We've got a lank up there. We've got a lank out there. We're looking good. Rumour has it Wednesday. Yeah. That'd be interesting, man. I didn't see it, Daniel, no. Dragon reckons tomorrow. Energizer reckons tomorrow. You see, I reckon tomorrow because of the C750. I reckon that's what they were waiting for. So, like, they said the aircraft was fine. They were just waiting to see what else there was. I reckon tomorrow because I reckon Sim Update 3 has fixes. You know what I mean? Alright. We're on course. We've leveled now at 3,000.
Hello.
We're going to keep this puppy in rental mode. Top
Jesus.
speed. David, welcome in. There's a dev stream on Wednesday. Yeah. Like, the dev stream on Wednesday has to be like... The last two sim updates dropped on Thursday. Yeah. I don't know. What do you reckon, lads? Tomorrow? Not tomorrow? Epic Fool reckons Thursday. They accidentally imported the Japan photogrammetry. Jamie loaded this stream early and managed to keep hold of it. Then he reloaded it, was gone. Oh, really? The update marketplace on Tuesdays and Thursdays always release on either two of those days. I reckon it's going to be tomorrow. We should get 48 hours warning to prepare ourselves and our sims. Well, not sure. Yeah, 100%. And lads, a big shout out to the virtual Battle of Britain Memorial flight. They're an air show team or a group following that of the real world Battle of Britain Memorial flight. Just a group of guys, but yeah, we'll reach out, we'll do a thing. And it's just the way the sim is this evening, but we'll definitely do a thing. Save your profile settings now, just saying. Save everything now. So, here's one for you, lads. Did you ever have to save your profile settings or controls before? If not, I'm going to show you how to do it. So, if you want to save all your control settings that are currently in the cloud, right? They're not, well, they are in the cloud, but they can get wiped out of there as well, right? What you do, go in to find your Microsoft Limitless folder. Alright? Your Microsoft Limitless folder. This isn't where your sim is installed. This is the directory, which is usually in it's in C drive users, application, local, packages, and Microsoft Limitless. This is terribly important. I want you to go down to where it has systems app data. That folder that says systems app data. In here you have two folders. You have Helium, which is nothing, and you have WGS. That folder, WGS, I want you to right click and hit copy. Copy that folder and put it on your desktop, right? Because, friends, what that gadget is, that holds every single profile of all your control inputs, all the bindings that you've done for all your hardware for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. That's exactly what that is. So you copy that, and if for some mad reason the sim loads up, you've lost all of your controls, you just put your WGS folder back in here, you got all your controls again. It's a local way to save all of your control bindings. Wait! My spine is absolutely shagged. You can also just export the key bindings from within the sim. You could do that, but it takes so long, and then verify them as well. And I don't know how good the sim is at actually exporting them, you know what I mean? Yeah, the Impossible Face. Elite Dangerous used to do it all the time. All the time. Jace, we're doing 240 miles an hour here. Rental power engaged. This thing can move. The supercharger doesn't seem to work on this, which is a pity. And the oxygen system doesn't seem to work on this, which is a pity. But it is what it is. It is what it is. So Sim Update 3 is reckon it's going to be either tomorrow or Thursday. I really hope it's tomorrow. Like, I really hope it's tomorrow, because okay, there's enhancements, sure, but like, I think the main thing, I really hope there's some multiplayer stuff in there. I heard there was coffee at the next stop. 295. Found some poor textures around the tail when I zoomed in. Not super bad, but hope they fix it. Yeah, there's a few of them on at Dougal. Alright, GPS mode. Don't need vertical. Do you ever use this, by the way, lads? This is the PMS 7... Sorry, the PMS 50 GTN 750. And what we can do with this, right? Look at this. Utilities map. So if we wanted to, we could load in our Navigraph map here. And you can use this for all various charts. The reason why I want to look at this is purely down to, can we fly the Lancaster on VATSIM? And I will fly this machine on VATSIM. You better believe it. But you can import all different maps into this as well. Daytime maps, nighttime maps, right? Your flight timers, your vertical calculations, so target altitude 3000, and it'll tell you where your waypoint is, and you want it to be before a certain waypoint as well. Fuel planning, so we can use sensor data, so this will tell us how much fuel we'll have left. Jesus, 740 gallons an hour. What? Crazy. Thirsty machine. Density, altitude, total airspeed, and our wind. ATC, your local, or the nearest ATC centres and what they have, right? So you can say filter. You can go by VATSIM. So VATSIM IVAO, auto update. This will keep all the controls inside the sim, and the beautiful part, let's say we want to tune into Stansted ATIS, click on it and it automatically hops it into your ATIS. Dead handy, right? Flight timers, they're just timers. Any logs, don't know why this isn't working. Checklists, you can download checklists from the PMS 50 website and use this as all your checklists. This is a great bit of kit. That's utilities, system, map settings, backlight, services. They don't have this. XM radio would be cool, wouldn't it? Waypoint info. You can create waypoints in here as well. Chart access, the weather. So it uses a weather map. I want Sim Update 3 to have native Toby. It does. When's the release date? NM Flyer tomorrow. That's coming out tomorrow. Only thing is a pain having to deactivate licenses when changing sims. Yeah, 100%. Jay Winokur, good to see you, man. Hope you're well. You're very welcome in. Have you tried this machine yet, Jay Winokur? If so, what do you think of it? We're about halfway to Duxford, lads. We're getting through it. So far, so good. What a machine, man. Limix, good to see you, buddy. Working from home. Nice, man. Nice. Like, don't get me wrong. I would love like a DC6 equivalent when it comes to, you know, the Lancaster and the DC3. I mean, I would love that because they're the sort of aircraft you really want to roll your sleeves up and just like get your hands dirty learning it, right? Saving for the UH-60. Yeah, that's on a short final as well, man. We got a lot of aircraft on a short final. And the news, did you see that from FS Reborn, from Raoul? Check it out, man. So, they're going to be working on the Chipmunk. These are his earliest renders of it. Now, Airplane Heaven did a Chipmunk, and it's, well, the FS Reborn team, you know, well, you know, it's all right. But if Raoul is making this, and it's like, it's a vintage aircraft, man, I'm very excited about that. Very excited about that. It's only a busy day at work tomorrow. Can always find a Skoda to take a nap in. There you go. There you go. Red Plays, welcome in. Thanks for the Equalizer program tip. Not at all. Not at all. Good to see you, Brett. You're so happy BizJets are getting love. Oh, absolutely, Captain Gaiman. Can't wait, buddy. Can't wait. Alright, so far so good. Also, lads, massive thanks for all the likes here on YouTube. You're very kind. Been open for news on the two B-17s. Excited about anything that Raoul makes. Yeah, Scott, 100%. FS Reborn will be top notch. Yep. I'm running a hardware DAC amp, so really tweak the sounds. Oh, nice, Dougal. Are you using that program or are you using your own? Not at all, Steve Claxton. Take it easy, buddy. It's a busy time here at FS Reborn. We're trying to get some sleep, but there's always new things to test. I blame Energizer. You're using hardware. Okay, sweet. Super Typhon, it was the first thing that I did. Lancaster is up. We'll be doing a flight pass at Duxford. Nice. I've already sent him the Irish liveries. I was like, well, you do know. He's like, okay. A friend of mine, her father owns a Chipmunk. Flies it regularly. Hey now, is that Stansted? Looks like Stansted. You can't be doing that. Jeez, you can't be doing that. Yeah, it's just a pity tonight about the multiplayer. That's the only pity, because this is a beautiful aircraft. It's a hell of a flight plan. Some beautiful airports in this. Duxford, of course, is next. We're on our way there now. We're actually going to be up in Duxford, or across in Duxford, this coming Saturday. Up Tip, up Pines, up Riding. Keane Lafford, good to see you. Good to see you, Keane. Duxford scenery is fantastic. It really is, man. It's so nice. It's beautiful. So yeah, we're going to be here this this weekend. Runway 24, I think so, Dougal. Yeah. I think so. Let's go back here to utilities, autopilot, sinker heading, heading mode, and let's roll it to the right. 020 degrees will do her. Grass or tarmac? I'm going to go for the tarmac. This is like the best camera view in the house. Isn't that like superb? It's gorgeous, man. They have to do something about trees at the threshold of runways. Big style, yeah. Surprised they're not doing the Oshkosh event. I didn't have time, Captain Gaiman. By the time we did our VATSIM across the pond, and our own version across the pond, rather, and then I got like holidays and stuff coming up, just didn't have time. That in VR is insane. Yeah, it is. I can vouch for that. The Lancaster in VR is pretty nice. It's like everything. Everything's better in VR. Alright. We're a bit of the way out. It's over there. Is that it there? That looks like it there. Alright. I nearly died on Saturday. I was in VR in the rig. I got very queasy. I was launching the Alouette. Off the cliffs of Moher, straight down, back around again. Did you ever get T-boned by a GT3 in VR? It's terrifying. Uh-oh. Yeah, that'll probably do it, Epic. Jesus, I had traffic, now I don't. I mean, we got a few here. I just can't see anyone. Let's see what happens. Hey, Warhams is here. Good to see you, Hammy. Welcome in, buddy. How's the fly in bad weather? Yeah, not bad. Everything's better in VR except Sewage Worker Simulator. Hammy, are you around for the frothy pints on Saturday? We're going to London. I'm going to miss me turn. Right, autopilot off. I have control. I'll spin it out this way. F124 is good in VR. Is it? I meant to use F125. It's expensive though. Now, why can't I see other aircraft and join FS? I might have to restart it, lads. We shall see. Alright, power coming down. Kieran Nile is here, good to see you. Dougal doesn't see me. Alright, I'll reset join FS. It crashed. That's a good sign. So we'll start it again. Easing out. Are you washing your hair, Hammy? We're going up to Duxford on we're going up to Duxford Saturday day, and then we're back to London that evening. Did I close it? Oh, maybe I closed it. Uh-oh. It'll load up here now in a second. Easing out. Easing out. In you go. Ka-chunk. Alright, gear down. I survived the hen party last night. Oh, come on, Kane. Oh, you're at Oasis. Oh, Jesus, Hammy. Alright, easy now. There's the hangars. Bit of trim. Two pilots are in. Nice. Speed's good. Wouldn't you absolutely love to go for a flight in this at that view? It's amazing, isn't it? Right, into IWM Duxford. We need a Stuka. Didn't they do a Stuka? Is our gear down? And we got some traffic over there on the left side. Any idea why your server does not appear in my public list? I've no idea. If you just look for Firefly Air, it should be there, man. We need a Mosquito? Yes, we do. Alright, flaps is set, gear is down, prop is full, watch the nose, watch your speed. We got the runway. It's a mess, Suka. Is it? Who made that? Was it a freeware one? Yeah, I think it was a freeware Stuka, wasn't it? I'd like to see more medium bombers before a Mozzie. Well, the Hamden is there, I suppose. Yeah, it's freeware. Colonel 4, good to see you, buddy. Whatever happened to the electric lightning that DCS were doing? Not sure, man. Full chat, if you can't see our server, put this number in to connect to it. No, not that number. It's on our... It's on the Join FS channel on Discord. There's a number that you can put in and they'll connect to it then. But he's like, good to see it. And a Hornet as well. The Havilland Hornet, really. Easy now. Approach speed is good. Just Flight did a Mosquito years ago. Did they? Easy now. Easy now. Watch your speed. Flaps are good. Little bit of wind. Mind the trees. Try and get the centre line. Ooh, there's a Lang ride above us. And touchdown. Easy. Easy. Keep the back wheel down. Alright. Welcome to Duxford. Right, we'll taxi over here to the left, I suppose. Onto the grass. That's okay, Neil. Don't worry about it, buddy. Easy. Easy does it. Another aircraft coming in. Go ahead, bring our flaps up. Still waiting on a really good C-130. Dougal, are you in multiplayer? If so, just invite me over, will you? And we can try it that way. Speaking from experience, the view out the nose of the Lancaster is not as near as nice the view out the nose of a B-17. What I do like about the B-17 is the hang on out. What I do like about the B-17 is the lower view. Right, so current group. Notifications. Group sent. Thanks, Dougal. Now this will actually put us back on multiplayer, so let's give this a second and we see what happens. And for some reason it just thinks I'm able to talk. Alright. Now if I do this, current group, leave group, this will keep my multiplayer on. Settings, online, aircraft traffic off, save, resume. Alright, we got some traffic. You were getting my audio in your sim, you serious? There's QC Frank. Okay, so we keep an eye out for the virtual Battle of Britain Memorial flight. So lads, if you want to come in over runway 24, that's probably where we'll pick you up. China Fest is such a dumbass. Like, it's like, yeah, let's hop the aircraft. Look at all these Lancasters, man. They're just a two-ship. Yeah, but I don't see them though. Jesus, on Saturday we're actually going to be here. That's mad, isn't it? What are your thoughts on the Old Lancaster, lads? Do you like it? Wicked Lumberjacks, what are you flying in, man? Man, look at those P-38s, look. So Toto is actually shown correctly in Join FS. It's Microsoft that he can't kind of, you know, do the thing. Think they did a half decent job, better than what I expected? Yeah. I'm not quite sure, Olympics, to be honest. Haven't a clue. Murphy, that big tube liner, it's supposed to be a B2? Yeah, I don't have the B2 installed. Which B2 is it? Because didn't they do two of them? Man, yeah, looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome. I've flown it like, do you know, it's very pretty. Squadron leader Raven, we can see. Now, how this is going to work is anyone's guess. Because we all know how the sim tries to work. You know what I mean? What you be doing at Duxford? Having a gawk, man. Having a gawk at everything. Checking out all the stuff. I've been there before. Like, it's really, really good. Alright, Stag, don't worry about it. I've been there before. It's awesome. What's Angels 1-5 flying? Mark 1, Lancaster. Like, why isn't that showing up? Different livery? Need a Lancaster flight, proper bomber formations. If only the sim would behave and didn't crash. We were getting on fairly alright earlier. Neil, take it easy, buddy. Or buddy. Can't speak. There's Stag. Yeah, it is hard to fly well in formation, yeah. It is not the easiest plane to fly. Definitely not. Yeah, well, let's see what happens. The impossible face, no worries, bud. So we have a Spitfire and a Lancaster coming in. BA have a 747 here. Do they? I know there's a Concorde here. Yeah, visualize, dude. You're preaching to the choir, man. Multiplayer has just been a total afterthought and just not up the pecking order in list of priorities. They'll eventually deal with it, you know? But we just have to wait a little while. There is a TSR2 too, yeah, there is. That's okay. Now I don't know what's better, static camera or follow camera. It sounds so good. Like, Pizzarella is in a 0. I have the 0, and look. Let's put him in as a Bonanza. It's mad, isn't it? Like, I remember we were able to do air shows back in the day because the model matching was decent. Now it's like, uh-oh. It's unfortunate, man. It's definitely possible in FSX. Well, look, there's different things at play, but like, I don't know. Like, you'd understand if it was aircraft that wouldn't be inside the marketplace. You can totally understand that. And liveries, but there should be a way that they're uploaded and then they can, you know what I mean? Like, it's not rocket science. Yeah, 100%. I think that like the multiplayer aspect of Microsoft Flight Simulator, huge appeal. Huge appeal. More so than, you know, I would have thought more so than like, you know, virtual tourism, taking photographs, you know? Well, I don't think it's too easy, Mac. I mean, they'd have done it if it was easy. There's other things at play that breaks, you know what I mean? Right, so I reckon you're going to cross the runway. They're on the way in. We'll do one of these. We'll do one of those. And we'll do one of these. From the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, the virtual team. Let's see what happens.
Hello there.
And Zala, welcome in. Model matching for the win. So the question is, lads, have you joined FS? So the question is, are they Mark 1 Spitfires or are they the Mark 9s? The World War II bonanzas, yeah. Coming in for another fly pass. The Warbirds for Dougal. Model matching, lads, you gotta love it. It's always the same, isn't it? Bloody hell. So they're down the Spitfires. I don't know whether they're the Mark 1s or what. Dougal, are the Mark 1s? Beautiful formation flying. Beautiful. Looks great. Oh, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. Awesome stuff, lads. Awesome stuff. Yeah, it could be a livery. Could be a livery. Awesome display, lads. Very well done. Thanks so much for that. Great flying. Lads, pints of Guinness emotes into the chat. That was amazing. Oh, they're brilliant. We'll do a something. We'll spend a day doing recording stuff because yeah, between model matching now and the sim, you know. Beautiful flying, lads. Well done. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it? Stunning. Right. Don't crash sim. We now head for our final leg. We'll keep multiplayer on for the crack. Let's see what happens. Dougal got to see it as Spitfires. I'm not jealous, Dougal. I'm very jealous. Alright, let's prepare to get out of here. Great flying, lads. Very well done. No idea why we don't have model matching. I don't know whether Mark 1s or Mark 9s. I have both installed, so I don't know. Sim is nuts. Yeah, multiplayer is just... it's shagged. It's absolutely shagged. They'll get it eventually. Yeah, I appreciate that, lads. Yeah, sorry, the model matching just isn't behaving at all. At all. But sure, look it. What can you do, lads? Right, our last leg is going to take us up to the headquarters of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, up to RAF Coningsby. How do you pronounce it? Straight up here, Murph. Easy now. Coningsby, that's the one. Standard flying iron liveries, such a shame. And like, I wouldn't mind. You can see that there are flying iron liveries already. Nuts, man, nuts. Right, let's see what we can do here. Ooh. Power coming in. Off the brakes. Pity they don't do a Lancaster for X-Plane. Yeah. Right, we're going to need every bit of runway here. Yeah, we'll organise a proper session. Easy now. 100. Yepsy daisy. Positive right. Gear up. Watch the climb. There she goes. Alright, 60 miles out, lads. We'll be there about 20 minutes, maybe less. Might be saying that for nothing, but model matching is not guarantees unless you're on ultra settings. Max, so the problem with ultra settings is it crashes the sim. And it might be fine on your machine or someone else's machine, but whatever it is in our group flights, because there's just so many different variables, it doesn't last. Just, they gotta fix multiplayer. Like, there's no other way to sugarcoat it, you know what I mean? Tank's gonna fork. Alright, autopilot, nav, vertical speed. Let's call it 1,000. And let's sail on up. Alright. Like, put it this way, lads, right? Think of it. With the specs I have, with the internet speed I have, right? And it still crashes the sim. I mean, do the maths. You can't. It's 100%, without a shadow of a doubt, it's on their side. It's on their side. Yeah, Flyer 10 it is. And you know what? I don't even think they own it. I think they have a provider or a partner that supplies them with the multiplayer ecosystem. And it's just desperate. It really is, like, it's desperate. Model matching, like, what is that supposed to be? You know what I mean? Like, you can't even say when it works, it works. It doesn't work. If they stop rendering the whole inside and systems of every plane, it'd be easy to model. It's not even about how they render it. It's how... It's the whole engine. It doesn't work, you know? Super tight? That sounds really strange, man. Like, I can't be the Sim. Or I can't be like Microsoft. I will forever contend that they don't understand how many people truly use multiplayer and they don't have the correct capacity to support it. Maybe, but again, they go by kind of like a voting system. Multiplayer it has never ever been the number one thing to be done. Where can I find my key bindings in chase plane? I don't have chase plane on Flight Sim 24 here on, but there should be, when you go into the options in chase plane, it should show you what's bound. Flyer 10? Maybe. I mean, look at the multiplayer you have on, like, DCS, for example. Or, you know, look at what you have on other games, right? It's model matching. I'm not too worried about the liveries. Just get the right models in there. I think people will be okay with that. And, like, even with all the work that Working Title are doing on model matching, that's just for traffic. That's for online traffic, AI traffic. Like, I asked them, hey, you doing this for multiplayer? They were like, multiplayer? What? Like, they didn't even know about it. That was on a dev stream. They did not even know that there were problems with multiplayer. So, like, we're small fish in a very big pond. We're passionate about it, but, like, we just have to wait. And, like, okay, we have workarounds at Join FS, which isn't great. Skynet will be the cat's meow. It just will be. But, you know, they're nowhere near a full release of that yet. Fly the Noob, good to see you, buddy. We're heading on up to RAF Coningsby, home of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. We've almost completed our flight for tonight. We ran about an hour over. What can you do? Hope you're well, buddy. It needs to be default back to base livery if a user doesn't have a specific one. 100%. Get the model right. Use a generic livery, but, like, get the models right. But even how the whole thing, how they do multiplayer, it's fundamentally broken. Even how it renders sound. Remember the issues we had with sounds? You know what I mean? I do have scenery for here, yes. Can someone post a link for Skynet? I keep coming up with Terminator links. It's if you have Say Intentions, that's where you get it. They haven't released it publicly yet, as in it's not a standalone. It's just part of Say Intentions, you know. Doesn't work, Dragon, and, like, you know, the forums aren't the right place. I don't think. And, like, you know, the folks who are working the forums, I mean, they're limited too, right? That's why most of the time I'm flying with multiplayer off. Yeah. I mean, it's working now, but, like, it wasn't earlier. They just need to fix it, like, I mean, it is what it is. Thankful that we have, you know, workarounds. Not ideal, but we have workarounds. Like, I think at this stage, 2020 is more stable in multiplayer. But let's hope Sim Update 3 brings something to it. That'll, you know, try help fix things a little bit. There's a lot of features of multiplayer that are just, like, missing. Do you know what I mean? No, Skynet will be free. Skynet will be free. But Say Intentions, they're just flat out busy working on stuff, you know. But it will be free when they're working on it, you know. And then again, that could be what Microsoft are saying. Hey, you know, someone else is going to fix it. We don't need to worry about it. And I think what makes the matter worse is because it's shared with Xbox. There's all different rules when it comes to Xbox. Latency, performance, how aircraft are loaded in, all of that, you know. Can't catch me. I'm doing 230 miles an hour. We're absolutely hooning at Dougal. Man, that does look pretty. JoinFS is not a great solution because it can't deal with lag, you know? Not like they could just buy the technology like VATSIM. But JoinFS is open source now, you know? And like when I spoke to Seb, he was interested in it, but he said, look, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it our way. But I look, it's deeper than that. If it was simple to fix, it would have been fixed. There's something far more involved with how multiplayer works. Yeah, what can you do? It'll get there, lads. And when it does, we'll be happy out. But until then, it's just, it can bug you fierce because well, if it crashes your sim, whatever about not having multiplayer, but like if it crashes your sim, that's a problem. Do you know? Like that's a huge problem. Like, the last thing you want is to get a CTD because of multiplayer. Like that just shouldn't happen at all. Which makes me wonder if we'll ever get shared flight. We will, but like it's down the road. To be honest, the only way shared flight is going to work is having a computer-to-computer link, not hosting on a server. I think that's the only way they're going to do it. You'd have to open up a port on your sim and someone connects directly to that. That's what X-Plane does. And that's how it works so well. You know? Like, I think giving people access to be able to have their own server, they import their own model base, their own rule set, and they host their own server. Just don't give Microsoft or Asobo the headache of this. Just, well, we'll do it ourselves. Thanks. You know what I mean? But they won't do that because you have Xbox. You know, how do you get Xbox people in? You think of FSX back in the day, you could have your own server. There was tons of servers. Each with their own rules, each with their own model matching rules. And that's how multiplayer kind of was back in the old days. But I don't see them doing that yet with 2024, you know? Oh, they do, and Flight Sim will always have lots to do because, I mean, they're at that bleeding edge of stuff, of technology, you know what I mean? Like, to us, multiplayer is highly important. To other people, it's not at all important. There's other things way more important to be done. It's just, it strikes me as odd that when you look at the franchise, you know, every trailer you see, there's multiplayer activity in it. Every trailer. You know, unless it's like an aircraft. But even most of the aircraft now, they show multiple aircraft in it, you know? Yeah. Like, it tanks the sim. Performance isn't there. They can't render any more than 20 aircraft or 23 aircraft. That's like the ground rule. Don't let the sim render any more than 23 because it'll grind it to a halt. That impacts the Xbox ecosystem more than anyone's. The whole architecture behind multiplayer is just, it's wrong. There's no demand on third-party developers to create a low pixel rate or low memory rate aircraft in order to sell on the marketplace. Think of the free advertising, right? I mean, if I was an aircraft developer and I was told, okay, I want to put this on the marketplace, great. If I put it on the marketplace, well then, other people who don't own my product will see it and hear it and say, that looks pretty nice, I want that. You know what I mean? I know, right? It's nuts. It's nuts. But that's not on the community side. Like, that is not on the community side. And it mightn't even be on the flight sim or the flight simulator team side. This could be a decision up somewhere up the ranks. You don't know what sort of red tape is there. Who is actually supplying these servers? And, you know, is flight sim, you know, the ugly sister of what's actually important? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's all sorts of stuff in the background. Like, keep the faith. They will eventually get it done. I'm sure of it. And that's like, I'm wrecking their head something fierce, but like with say intentions, it's like, lads, come on. This is important. Get it ready. Get it out there. And Skynet does work, but it's not ready yet. So it'll give you the familiarity of a join FS, whereby it'll inject aircraft into your sim without using anyone's network, right? Only their own. And it even does all the thinking and the processing in the background. Your sim just has to draw it. That's it. It doesn't need to track it. It doesn't need to, you know, figure out where it's going next. All that is done, you know, on, say, intention side. They're working on it. So when it's ready, it's ready. And I cannot wait until it's ready. I can tell you how many times I spent money on a DCS thing because I saw someone else fly it. Yeah, 100%. You'd be in DCS and be like, man, look at that thing. You know what I mean? Like, look at War Thunder. Prime example, War Thunder. That has to be the best when it comes to multiplayer and model matching. I mean, that's what they need to emulate. At some stage. At some stage. But it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, even in its broken ass state of multiplayer, we can still do this. I mean, we can still do some of it, right? And that's cool, man. Well, you see, if you're asking them in the forums, I mean, you're dealing with, you know, the community team, and like people treat them really bad, and they shouldn't. Like, they just shouldn't. I mean, what controls have they got? You know, yeah, they can relay information, but like, they're not the cause of it. You know. Yeah, the odd time you see weird responses or questionable responses, but like, people are people, man. I'm very excited to think, can you imagine a world when eventually we have, you know, proper multiplayer, but also shared cockpit or shared stations? That could be absolutely incredible, couldn't it? Like, imagine if you're in a flight crew and like, okay, you're pilot flying, you're navigating, you're the engineer. Could you imagine if they were all linked together? That'd be amazing. It's a thankless task. Yeah, it is, man. It is. I honestly thought that with the new streaming tech, the model matching was one of the reasons for it. Well, it should have been. I mean, they've added in tons of models, but it's more than just adding in models. It's whatever code it's the servers. It has to be this. It's server based. It's not the core engine of the sim. It's whatever rules that the server handles, because the sim is like, oh, I can't deal with this, and then it shuts down. So like, it has to be server side, you know? Yeah, 100%, Malky. 100%. But we'll get there. Don't worry, lads. I keep an eye on them. And you know how stubborn I am. Just ran dry out of fuel. Oh, Jesus. Oh, jeez. Look at the timing of that. How are we for fuel here? Dougal, did you try your transfer? Although that's reason 0. Alright, let's see what happens now. Like, I do absolutely wreck their head in it. Like, I sent Jorg a full list of all the things. He was very impressed. He said, yeah, great, brilliant, can't promise you much more, but we'll definitely look at it. And we'll see what we can do when we can do it. I just changed fuel there and it's after the bed. Leave your fuel alone, Murphy. Somebody's parked a dozen aircraft on the runway. Uh-oh. We're nearly there. This has been a flight and a half though, hasn't it? It's been absolutely friggin' gorgeous. So the Battle of Britain Memorial flight is heading back to its home base after Fairford. Savage, right? Jesus, isn't it nice? Right, we've overflown the airport. Oh, look, there's another old World War II one, look. Look at that. What remains of a very, very old World War II airport. That's mad, isn't it? Alright, autopilot off. I have control, and let's head her on. What are the cables for? Communication, the antennas. For their radio. High frequency, I suppose. Very high frequency. Lots of airfields in Lincolnshire. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Right, what's our runway of choice here, lads? I'm thinking it's going to be that of 07. Easy now. We're going 07? No? 25 grand, I'll follow around. Easy now. Such a machine, isn't it? We'll do a right downwind. That's okay, wicked lumberjacks. That's okay. Track the displayed Typhoon after the air show at Duxford, returning to Coningsby. Wow, it took about 8 minutes. Wow. Do we use filters? I use reshade. That's the sim without them. That's the sim with them. Just kind of takes the kind of little bit of washed over kind of look out of it. Alright, easy does it now. So we're going to be live tomorrow at some stage. I'm thinking around 1000 Zulu, around 11 o'clock in the morning. That's my plan. Going to jump into X-Plane tomorrow. something a bit different. And then we're planning to do some trucking tomorrow night. I'll have to see how the old spine condition is. Me back is shagged. I pulled me back earlier on. Trying to put something on me chair, a collective. And I was on the ground, I was sitting on the ground, reaching forward, tightening things. Something stupid. And I have me back is sore syndrome. Do you know? But lads, I want to give a big shout out to the virtual Battle of Britain Memorial flight. Awesome that they could join us tonight for that display, and we'll hopefully get model matching sorted and do a proper setup. But very kind of the guys to join us. They saw we were doing this flight and they were like, hey, we'll jump in. I have to do that in the morning, Scott. I've updated it tonight. I just need to go through all the bits and bobs. I bet it weighed 50 kilos. It didn't actually. It only weighed about 10. Alright, bring our power back. Easy does it now. So yeah, I'll put out an update tomorrow, Scott, when I have that server up and running. Alright, watch your turn. Speed coming down nicely. Have to say that GTN worked very well tonight, didn't it? Great bit of kit. Easy now. There's our airport. Squadron leader Raven. Look at that. He's right behind us, man. That's awesome. Alright, speed 160. Bringing it down a little bit. And we're going to go for gear. Speed coming down. Nice. Right turn coming in. Speed 140. Easy now. Watch our rate of descent here. Oh, B Carlo, 100%. Listen, these are nice things to complain and moan and whinge about. At the end of the day, look at the state of the sim we have. Like, it's mind-boggling how good this actually is. And yeah, multiplayer is just, it's a pain in the ass that it doesn't work right, but they will get there. Like, they absolutely will get there. But like, when you think of the world creation, weather, scenery, and, you know, these aircraft we're getting in the sim, it's unbelievable. It truly is. Alright, flaps are looking good. Drop the nose here. Let's follow his wing in. Don't hit him. Easy now. Jesus, a tactical landing. Formation landing. Can it be done? Easy. Easy. Who is that? That's someone on Join FS, is it? That Dougal. Speed's good. Flaps are set. Not Dougal, okay. Easy now. Uh, 2024. Flight Sim 24. Easy. Mind the Harvard. Oh, Jesus. Kerplunk. Easy now. Touchdown. Easy does it. Flaps coming in. Oh, lads, that was awesome. Beautiful, beautiful flight. All the Lancasters with us tonight as well. Savage, isn't it? There will be more of these flights. I'm enjoying flying this airplane. It's real nice. Very well done, lads. That was awesome fun. Your assignment now is to go off and watch the Dam Busters. I'm just saying, it needs to be done. Easy now. All right. On the brakes. Savage. Absolutely savage, wasn't it? Loads of fun. Just got the book on Kindle. Oh, nice. Gives us something to escort, absolutely. Lads, that was so much fun. I want to thank you all so very much indeed for tuning in tonight, putting up with the madness. And Turpitz flights, could you imagine? Like, some of the stuff we can do is going to be class now. Like, we really have a lot of awesome aircraft in the sim now. The Lancaster, like, this has been on the radar for so long. And it's finally great now that we have it, you know? But yeah, shout out to the virtual Battle of Britain Memorial Flight guys. Awesome flying with you tonight, lads. And for everyone for flying with us tonight, it was incredible. A bit of JoinFS, bit of Microsoft's servers, and sure, listen, these flights have to be my favourite. I do love the Warbird flights, yeah. And like, you know, there's great news as well. We know the Spitfire is getting an update, and you know, Sim Update 3 is supposed to be doing a lot of good for the you know, for 2020 aircraft as well. So I'm really looking forward to it. But guys, that was amazing fun in such a beautiful aircraft, steeped in history. You know, thanks to Mr. Two-Tone for the 25 Avro Lancaster facts, which was amazing. And yeah, it's just, what a machine, and yeah, that was definitely a lot of fun. So very much a civilian flight tonight. I've done the routing of the Roar. Like, I've done all the routings for that. Like, it's a long old flight, but we'll see what the crack is. I think you know, flying these in peacetime, for me, I mean, that's what I like. Otherwise we get into all sorts of politics, but it is a beautiful, beautiful aircraft, isn't it? And it's great to see so many Warbirds out here as well. Amazing. Virtual BBMF, lads, thank you very, very much indeed. Awesome flying with you. And to everyone who tuned in for all the raids, the follows, the subscribes, the super chats, the whole shebang, thank you all very, very much indeed. We're back tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock, or 1000 Zulu. Let's see what the story is. We might do some explaining, or at least that's the plan. And yeah, we continue on with our busy week. Also on Saturday, we're going to be on site at the Imperial War Museum at Duxford. It's our own community meetup. This will be our third one this year. The first one was in Lelystad in the Netherlands. Then it was over to FS Expo in Providence. Now we have the UK. And then in November, we're into Dublin. 4 meetups in 1 year. That's nuts, isn't it? But anyway, lads, thank you all so very, very much indeed. I need to lie on the floor because my back is shagged. Right, we'll see you tomorrow. Take care. I rarely use this word when it comes to flight sim add-ons. I reserve it only for the special kind. But like, there's no point saying anything other than, this is shite. It's shite. Like, Neil Mayagut. What do you mean the two wands? They were professional pilots who were sharing their expertise and experience about what it's like to fly whilst wearing tight clothing. Two things I just can't do.
No. Don't fire the milk at me. The cows will go nuts. They'll cry in the fields. What a waste! Cow juice.
So look at this big Jesus.
They're giving out to me here now. Thanks. Yeah, and also thanks. Yeah, Jesus.
Do you need a hand?
No, I don't need it. Do I need a hand?
It's heavy, yeah. Jesus, Murph! What have you done?